Alright, hello everyone in chat. We are here. We're just sorting out some technical difficulties. Like hearing us yet, Bleach?
I guess that's a no.
Clearly so. Oh shit, that's not my cat.
What? The Bleach Demon says fucking PC.
Yes, so I haven't got a stick put in the toaster.
Were we blaming for getting the pecker stuck in the toaster?
You.
Oh, okay. Works for me.
It's like a hot pocket.
Yes. Alrighty, while we wait for
Consistent.
Bleach to sort that out, we might just get things started. I'm going to have to rely on you to do some reading on it, so we'll transition in and do the intro. So,
I wouldn't transition in if I were you.
Alright, good evening everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of podcast number 69. Nice. I will be your zombie for today, because Biden promised I'd be dead by now. I am joined by the one waiting for me to die, Crow.
Hello. I'm a horror monster of its own right, so I kind of don't need to do any sort of weird noises.
Weird noises are pretty much my territory anyway. Ow.
Speaking of playing with this wood, here's Ardent.
Hello! I'm just trying to move a table around under my desk. Isn't working out very well. Fucking vacation's gonna kill me, I swear.
Oh dear. And Bleach is around here somewhere.
Gone, but not forgotten.
Yes. Having violent physical relations with his computer.
I thought it was a toaster.
Sorry, violent physical relations with his computer sounds pretty intense.
It's called percussive maintenance. Works on computers and women.
The Sultans
Sounds
of
kinda
Shadilay
kinky
would
to
like
me.
to point out that we do not suggest that you should beat your woman. However, occasionally it may work.
Remember, women are cheaper to replace than computers. Wait, what?
If it was only not true.
Oh dear. So in news this week, YouTube decided to give us a content warning for episode 11 because we dared to talk about we dared to say things that were true and accurate about the thing at the time, but
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
truth has apparently changed. But we're still doing better than Monkey.
I mean, has Monkey healed his ass yet?
Oh, let's hope not.
Oh, Bleach actually heard us this time.
Yeah, so my new audio setup took an absolute shit in the bed between the time I tested it 20 minutes ago and then when I tried to link up.
That's what you get for buying a computer from Amber Heard. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Oh,
Yeah, that one caught me off guard.
Oh, kind of like Johnny.
Yeah. So who do we have in chat? We've got Callum Dyson, Theodore Pinnock, Student of History, Billy, and the monkey himself. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Right, so... Well, might as well get into it. So we might have a quick changeover as we go, because... I am ill, so I'm not going to be talking anywhere near as much this time.
So you need to leave the drop bears alone, damn it.
No, the dick's fine.
Oh no, he was savaged by a wild baloney.
Dear.
I mean, there's worse things to be savaged by.
Alright.
That's true.
So while Bleach gets...
You've not met my ex.
No, but we've probably all met a woman exactly like her.
Probably.
A lot of us have
Some
probably
very
been
recently.
stupid enough to date a woman exactly like it.
Yes, I wouldn't be that surprised.
I refer to the old adage, men may have two heads, but only enough blood for one.
I resemble that remark.
Of course you do, you're a guy.
Well, I mean, I'm bordering on being a woman,
Yeah, only if it helps you
as
get a
we've
job
previously
right.
established. Yeah, of course. Depends what the job is. You never know, I might do well in porn.
Well, if you put on a hijab or whatever, you can be the hate crimes officer for some despotic police department.
Sounds good to me.
ISIS after dark.
So wait, basically I'm hearing he's getting a job at the London Met.
All I'm hearing is someone blowing their nose. At least that's what I hope it is. Alexa, stop. I don't know why you started. I didn't even say anything to you.
Alexa likes
He needs
noses
attention.
too.
Remember what we were saying about percussive maintenance? This is why I don't
dear.
own an Alexa or even enable my Google Assistant.
The only reason I even bother with the Google Assistant is because I was forever coming home from work, tired as shit, falling into bed, and then going, oh, fuck, the light's on. Nothing worse than having to get up again.
Well, when you start putting out the oil lamps, then we can talk.
I don't know, at the rate the economy is going.
Stay the fuck out of my paraffin, damn it.
Look,
No, the Japanese might be onto something. We should go back to whaling.
better suggestion. Save the whales, meltdown feminist.
I mean, isn't that the same thing? It's just rendered slightly differently.
No, whales
I
are
would say-
majestic, beautiful creatures. Feminists are the exact opposite.
I
But
would
there's
say
still a
use,
lot of blubber.
I would say use vegans, but there's not enough oil in them. But we do need wicks.
Are you
So
suggesting
instead of virgin pressings of olive oil, you get vegan pressings of nasty oil?
Something like that. I'm just confused about this picture on the sidebar, or this story on the sidebar here, talking about toddlers being mauled to death by dogs despite the mother fighting them off for 10 minutes. How tough were those toddlers?
The mother had to fight them off for 10 minutes. Yeah, excellent question. I don't know. To me, it sounds like another reason for everyone, including women, to be armed.
I really wish everybody had a fucking firearm on them all the time. It was just standard practice to open carry.
Look, I think it should be
I'm just
totally
going to
acceptable
chortle.
for me to
Shut
down
up,
Main
shut up,
Street.
Bleach.
I think it should be totally acceptable for me to walk down Main Street with a saber on one hip and a pistol on the other.
You know,
And
that
a
actually
pocket
would
full
be
of
pretty
gloves for
fun.
those you wish to challenge.
I wouldn't mind a saber, actually. That's a good idea.
Well,
Billy
Or
Blogs
a
doesn't
fucking
know what a
longsword.
drop bear is.
Oh,
I
or better
highly
yet-
recommend Googling it.
Or better
Yeah,
yet, I would buy myself a bastard sword.
So
I
a
mean,
hand and a
those
half
are
or
fun.
a two-handed?
But a saber
And a
is
half.
a lot more sitting down at the dinner table friendly.
This is true.
Mm,
but that's
yeah,
against,
but I've got
protocol though.
I've got long hair and a beard, so just buy myself or make myself some chainmail, get myself some swords. You know, it's a whole aesthetic. You know.
Well, with the state of England at the moment, walking around with chainmail and a fucking sword would make you infinitely safer.
I really do genuinely want to get some chainmail for whenever I go to London.
Can you imagine
Or-
the poor bastard that comes at you with a machete and it just goes chink off your side?
Yeah, I mean, better yet,
That's
you just
kind
go
of
in
the
full
point.
plate mail or
Kind of
plate
the
armor,
point.
and you're just there like, "Hey, what ho, peasant!" Bash on his head with a fucking mace. Cave his skull in.
It's time
you mean
to
your
go third
Crusader home, and you go free. Oh no, you start the crusade in England this time.
Kinda have
We
to
will
at this
get
point.
rid of the kafir. Wait, no, that's the other one.
Yeah, we are the kafir.
Chase the
Yeah, I
infidels
always forget.
from the Holy Land.
I'm just like, sorry, wrong Holy Land.
Purge the Holy Land? Birmingham?
There's nothing holy about Birmingham.
Not anymore.
The Great Brummy Crusade.
Honestly, it's where my ex-fiance came from, and it's just awful. Just awful
well.
place.
In that case, Birmingham Delenda est.
I think we should just perform an exterminatus there.
New
I
goals
see no
have
problems
worked,
with
it's the
this.
only way to be sure.
I mean, I recommend testing it on New York. Fuck New York first.
I mean, based.
Then we can go to Birmingham.
I mean, we can
Okay,
do-
I see Billy Blog's logic train here now. He's saying that someone needs to explain why the koala bears are riddled with STDs, and he started off asking if Bezic had been messing with koala bears, so I kind of see where his logic is leading now.
A bit like the dog that got monkeypox.
Yeah, the thing
the
is,
monkey
Billy,
that got
chlamydia
dog
doesn't
pox.
give you a runny nose.
That we know of.
That we know of, that's true.
Dear me. What?
Callum Dayton says Birmingham used to be the arms city for the British Empire. It's the city where the Peaky Blinders are set. I've actually never seen
Yeah.
that show.
No, the thing is, a lot of the cities in the UK have been completely fucking destroyed by the fact that they have no industry anymore. Like, take Bath, for example. It is now a complete and utter tourist trap.
I mean,
Now, it used to be...
I thought the thing that
an
ruined a
engineering
lot
town.
of English cities was the fact that there were no English in the cities.
Well, no. The thing is, the industries all died, so the English no longer had any reason to work there. So Bath was an engineering town. My great-grandfather was a patent maker in one of the local engineering firms that worked in Bath. And quite literally, there is no sort of industry like that there anymore. It's all tourism and sales and retail. It's just a complete trap for tourists now, nothing else. Which is a real shame, because the whole city used to be black, believe it or not, until they cleaned the stones after years of industrial pollution had coated everything. And you can still see a few buildings covered in pollution, or like black smog and stuff. But for the most part, they've all been cleaned back to their sort of quite pale, yellowy brick now. It's a very pretty city, but yeah.
I was watching a video the other day of a guy doing a power washing on a church facade.
So satisfying to see.
Oh yeah, and I mean just a few seconds worth of work, and the amazing difference it made was just
I know.
insane.
Yeah.
Billy Blogg says the whole city used to be black, now it's just brown.
Well, actually, funnily enough, we don't tend to see a lot of black people in the local area, even in Bath itself. More than anything, we'll have a lot of Asian tourists. And normally there are like hundreds of them with cameras.
Like, are we talking
All over the
Asian
top.
Asian or Asian?
Oh, no, proper Asian.
Okay.
Proper Asian. It's
So,
quite
no, I
weird,
won't
really.
do that. That's a bit too racist for this early in the podcast.
Yes.
Is anything too racist for this early in the podcast? Come on.
Well, fair point, but I was going to say, are we talking about chopstick Asian or bakubazi Asian?
Oh my lord. It sounds about right, doesn't it?
I said it might have been too racist for this early.
It's just accurate. That's not bigotry. It's just like, yeah, here we go. Here's the facts.
Yes.
Here's a defining difference between the two groups.
Damn those loud crickets.
Calm Dyson's like us do Pakis / Indians count as Asian. Only when you're reporting crime statistics and you're the BBC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, only in Britain, apparently.
Only when
Everywhere
it's
else in the Middle
convenient.
Eastern.
Oh dear.
I mean, God forbid you accidentally insult a whole group of people that are trying to invade the country.
And rape their way across.
Insult them to the face with a machine gun. It's not a war crime if it's a civilian.
survives.
It's not a war crime if civilians coat their ammunition in pig fat, right?
That's true.
I mean, I thought it was.
It
just
is,
par for
however,
the
a crime
course.
against firearm engineering.
But clearly you're using a firearm with high tolerances. You need to get yourself an AK. Because
point.
that fucker, you can't... Hell, the pig fat will be good for it.
Probably better than Cosmoline.
Well, see, you guys are all thinking incorrectly. What you do is you get hollow points, and you get the pig fat, and you just put it right there in the tip. And
If I'm
It's like a silver bullet, right?
yeah,
if I'm expected to put pig fat in something, it's going to end up in me, because I'll just use it to cook.
I saw this
and
video
put
of
it
this
in the
guy.
tip too.
I saw this video of this guy. He asked for a sandwich without any pork in it, and for some reason, the guy who was making the sandwich gave him bacon. Obviously, not thinking it was pork, and he's like, "Bacon!" and then spitting out all this sandwich just because he's like, "What? What have you done?" I was just like, "Oh."
Well, yeah, it's not labeled pork at the store.
You said pork,
Yeah.
not specifically bacon.
Oh, you mean no pig product? Oh, well, communication's key.
I mean, pork is technically any pork, if you want to get technical. However, I thought it was just kind of amusing. Like, because he was really fucking enjoying his sandwich too, and you see his sudden horror when he realized he was enjoying the sacred meat.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Bacon is proof that there is a God, and he does, in fact, love his children.
Indeed.
I thought that was beer, Mr. Franklin.
No,
Well,
that's a
beer as
human
well.
creation.
Also true.
No,
We had to
no.
get the knowledge from somewhere.
Bacon is proof that there is a God, he loves us, and he's Norse.
And he's ginger.
I mean, my granddad was ginger, so I'm like a third ginger. Oh, no, sorry, that doesn't work that way. It's a quarter ginger, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the only part of the ginger I got the sensitive skin and the ginger beard. I'm like, why is the rest of me not ginger? Like, it's really awkward. You have dark brown hair and then have a ginger fucking beard. I'm like, oh my god, I'm a freak.
As you get older, you turn into a Sultan ginger.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Do you think I shaved my head this morning?
In all honesty, though, my beard is basically calico because I get blonde, black, silver, all of it,
Yep,
all in one beard.
It's
It's really annoying.
That's a common thing for the gingers, yeah. I get it too.
I had that since I was like first started growing facial hair. To be honest, though, so nothing new to me. Annoying, but
I used to really like it, actually.
You're gonna be able to pull up the screen share on those articles, Bleach?
I am. Give me one awkward second.
Sorry, the way you went, I am, kind of like you were confused. Articles.
Bing.
Based ape is potentially insulting the crow by saying you must have Scottish in you. It's really common for us to have brown hair and ginger beards. I think that's
it's
probably
funny.
just a Celtic thing.
It's actually funny he says that, because I do. I am part Scottish.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yes, but which part?
Yeah, probably from my neck up. That's the angry part.
Well, that does make more sense.
Well,
Let me
it's better
see,
than
what
being
was
angry
it?
from the neck down, I suppose.
Go away, Canal.
Ow.
Alrighty.
Okay, just getting things set up so we can...
Yeah, I'm about 19% Irish and 18% Scottish, and about 42% English. So I'm
you are
basically
a third ginger.
Yeah, I'm basically if you look at ancient DNA, I compared my DNA sample to an ancient DNA archive. I basically hail from old Viking or Anglo-Saxon sort of heritage.
Kellen Payton,
That would
God, Crow is part Harfoot.
That actually would explain why I'm so fucking short. Yeah. God. Oh no.
How tall are you, Crow? You're like 5'9", aren't you?
No.
Seriously?
No, nowhere near.
Are you like 5'2"?
No, I'm not. I'm taller than that. I'm 169 centimeters exactly.
Oh, damn it. Give it to me in real measurements, not metric.
5'6.5", if you want to be specific.
You're like 1.5 inches shorter than I am. You're not short.
I'm shortish for a guy. When the average is like 6'12".
Yeah, fair. You're still taller than
that would be 13. I was 17 feet. Oh God, it's one of these days.
One day I might be a real boy.
Oh God, didn't they do a remake of Pinocchio?
You're
going to kill my
Cronocchio
camera now, so I don't blind anybody with the glare off my head.
Hold on, I'm just adjusting things.
Okay.
Billy Blocks is still on the whole the UK being black thing.
Yes, remember the Black Irish? They whitewashed them in later years.
Yeah. It was the potato famine, you see. That's what it was all engineered for.
Yeah, because the original Irish were they was Kangs. Specifically Cormac.
That gave me a proper chuckle.
Yeah. I love the whole Black Irish thing, explaining that to people, because it's such an opportunity to completely bullshit someone.
Only the best.
Okay, there we go. That's better. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh yes, we were joined by UCY Dewan and our good mate Prime Knight. And Callum says, yes, they did make a remake of Pinocchio, and it's shit, really shit. And our chap from down south, Gregory, is also here. Alrighty, so take us away with the news for today, Bleach.
Ah, yes. Leading headlines below the squinting lady here. U.S. buys $290 million in anti-radiation drugs amid Putin's saber rattling with nukes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
So they're going to be immune to blast radius, I assume. You know.
Apparently. Biden administration bought 29 million of anti-radiation drugs this
290.
week. Even worse.
Yes.
It's a rough day for me. Yes, UCY, I mean, one you are in for one hell of a ride.
Can we let Bleach have a go at the steering wheel today? It's my turn next week. You're all fucked.
So anyway, the Biden administration bought 290 million anti-radiation drugs this week as President Potato Head warned of the prospect of Armageddon being sparked by warmongering Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Department of Health and Human Services.
Just what
the
we
major
needed.
supply of
Panic.
Yeah. The major
Say
supply
Vladimir
of
Putin on the Ritz, or Putin on the Blitz, actually.
Ooh, yes. Supply of in-plate was part of ongoing efforts to be better prepared to save lives of radiological nuclear emergencies. So, if I understand, and it might have it later in the article, this drug has to be refrigerated and is only good for like 18 months, I believe. But we'll see if it goes into that.
And
the drug
it's made in California.
Is it Pfizer?
Wait, that's not an anti-radiation drug, is it?
I believe it is. Amgen Incorporated.
Okay.
The drug, which can be used on kids as well as adults, is approved to treat blood cell injuries that accompany acute radiation syndrome in adult and pediatric patients, the department said on Tuesday.
So it's not actually an anti-radiation drug. It's and actually, they've got a website.
Romoplastim injection is used to increase the number of platelets in order to decrease the risk of bleeding in adults who have immune thrombocytopenia. ITP, idiopathic thrombocytopenia purpura, an ongoing condition that may cause easy bruising or bleeding due to an abnormally low number of platelets in the blood. So this injection is also used to increase number of platelets in order to decrease risk of bleeding in children at least 1 year of age who have had ITP for at least 6 months. Should only be used in adults and children 1 year of age and older who cannot be treated or have not been helped by other treatments, including other medications or surgery to remove the spleen. It should not be used to treat people who have low platelet levels caused by myelodysplastic syndrome, a group of conditions in which bone marrow produces blood cells that are misshapen and does not produce enough healthy blood cells, or any other conditions that cause low platelet levels other than ITP. So this drug is not indicated to be used for radiation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So their own website itself. Approved uses for adults with immune thrombocytopenia, when certain medicines or surgery to remove your spleen have not worked well enough. Yeah, so...
Yeah, this is just...
So actually reading
propaganda.
it, the best thing you can say about it is that it's used in people who've had chemotherapy to restore some of the damage done by the chemotherapy. Or radiation therapy, one of the two. It's not. Yeah. It's not an anti-radiation drug.
No, and yeah, it doesn't even help your thyroid like potassium iodide.
Makes you wonder why they've decided to purchase so much of it.
Because they're idiots and they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Also,
and it comes from Project BioShield from 2004.
Yeah.
Also, they're just preparing for another big fucking pandemic. That's what it'll be.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Next question. How much does each dose cost? And how many doses do you need? Because pretty sure there are more Americans than there are dollars in 290 million.
Yes. Let's see. And no, there's no good price.
Are we talking about the legal population or?
Well, I mean, the illegals get it first, naturally.
Yeah.
I thought
They're surviving the wars that Americans won't survive. So, just jumping over to this Project BioShield, just as it popped up. Established to help incentivize private industry to develop vitally needed medical countermeasures, providing multi-year funding, advanced research, clinical development, manufacture, procurement. Without this secure source of funding, companies do not have incentive needed to develop medical countermeasures that are critical to national security.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to the New York Post article, it says that it's approved to treat blood cell injuries that accompany acute radiation syndrome. Right, so it's a treatment, not prevention. I don't suppose there could have been any thought to, I don't know, potassium iodide?
That would be too easy, and everybody can buy that.
But, well, we have established that the glorious overlords in the healthcare system aren't interested in providing cures or prevention. The money's in treatment.
You know, I'm just surprised that the Biden administration hasn't sent Fauci to develop a preventative, shall we say, for radiation. You know, mandatory.
He hasn't had
Everyone's
time
going to
do
have
the
iron
testing on
injected
beagles
into
yet.
their blood.
Just pure iron.
Yeah.
Sounds like when I
Did
stepped
you know
on nail.
poisoning yourself actually helps?
To be fair, that's kind of what chemotherapy is.
Well,
Kind of what naturopathy is too.
You don't technically use chemotherapy for radiation sickness, so...
Oh, I mean, it's very similar.
I'd be worried.
But
We're
it's
going to
not just-
irradiate your
Things to worry
testicles.
about.
It's not just the Yankees that are doing this. Ukraine is handing out anti-radiation pills because they're concerned about a Russian nuclear attack.
Yeah, that's
What pill are
awfully
they
convenient.
handing out? Is it, potassium iodine?
Well,
No,
let's
really?
find out. That's it. I really hate the anti-radiation pills framing. It's just pissing me off.
Yeah, no, it's not anti-radiation at all. It's just to counter the effects of radiation.
Well, not even that.
Exactly.
Gregory points out exactly what it is, in that potassium iodide gives you enough iodine that your body won't retain the radioactive iodine-131 from the nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So basically,
What-
it saturates your bloodstream, so nothing else will be taken up.
Correct.
Because
like it.
the problem with fallout is the radioactive isotopes, because they're constantly generating radiation. And if you end up with some of those isotopes in your body, say coming in as iodine-131, it just sits there for years, pumping out radiation directly into you.
What this reeks of, really, is just journalists not actually doing any journalistic anything.
No.
Exactly.
And so, that's all these pills will do, is protect you from one of the many isotopes. It does jack shit to protect you from alpha waves, beta waves, gamma waves, X-rays. Like, if you're in line of sight of the fucking nuclear detonation, ain't jack diddly shit a fucking pill's going to do for you.
Yeah, you're probably
Get
a whole
yourself
pile of
some-
fucked by that point.
Get yourself some proton pills from Roger Ramjet. You'll be fine.
Or just don't forget your stim packs.
If you really want to protect yourself, pop down to the local hardware supply store, pick up some lead flashing, and wrap the bathtub in it.
Or, better yet, line the fridge with it, because obviously we know you'll survive a nuclear blast in a fridge.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
I like the fact there's a Fallout reference for that. It's just a skeleton in a fridge hidden away.
With that stupid ghoul kid that should have been left in there for another 200 years. So, yes, Kiev City Council has been distributing potassium iodide tablets, which to help the prevention of absorption of radiation. So they actually cover this in Indy100.com, but nowhere else.
So, actually better reporting than New York Post.
I mean, it is the New York Post. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, that explains a lot.
Yep. Oh, and look, it even goes in. The pill stops harmful waves entering the body via the thyroid gland when they're taken to close to nuclear radiation exposure. You know, thank you, Indy 100, for actually doing some damned reporting.
Yeah,
Not journalism, reporting.
These back alley clickbait hicks are doing a better job than the real news.
Yeah. That's beginning to be pretty much par for the course at this point.
Mm.
So now this seems to be the more the real thing rather than dropping bombs from Russia. News comes as head of Ukraine's state nuclear energy company has announced he will take charge of something nuclear power station in opposition to claims made by Moscow. Energoatom chief Petro Kotin has urged workers at the plant not to sign documents with Russian occupiers. Regarding Operation Station will be made directly to the central office.
That's really going to be helpful for them when the Russians go, Ja! Hold on. Da! Sign, or we shoot you. No, that's going German. I'm not great at Russian accents.
Of what you want, comrade, is to sound more like this. And you tell them that they will sign or they will be shot.
Off to the gulag with you.
Petrograd.
Now drink vodka.
Niet. Vodka is for peasants. You go directly to your noble, you drink out the water, then you become Superman like Putin.
Yes. We make terrible superhero movie called Guardians.
Putin's a better president than Biden.
True.
Hell, I mean, what I left in the toilet this morning is a better president than Biden.
Biden's shat out things that are a better president than Biden. All over the Pope.
Oh, poor
I bet they still haven't got the smell out of the Vatican yet.
What? Wait!
You'd get the first.
Poland starts handing out anti-radiation tablets as battle rages around Ukrainian nuclear power plant as Putin issues fresh nuke threat in ranting speech. Fears of nuclear exposure have been raised in Poland on ongoing war in Ukraine. Well, no shit. Let's see.
Next question. How fucking close is Poland to Ukraine?
That's what I'm checking.
Right on the border.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck me, Poland's a long way away from where I thought it was.
Oh, yeah. No, because Poland has actually got a long history of border conflicts with both Russia and Ukraine. Because, just quick history lesson, about a third of what is modern Ukraine was originally Polish.
Well, there you go. Let's see. Hold on. I need to respond to a couple of comments. Callum Dayton said, people get pumped with iodine for body scanner things, don't they, at hospitals? Yes, they do. So, Billy, if you could kindly stop being arrogantly stupid and insulting in chat, you can do that now, or you can fuck off. Not in the mood to deal with stupid crap. Stop being confidently incorrect. And don't be a jackass either.
For the sake of geography, because this is my ballywick,
Oh shit,
So you
Poland's a
have...
lot bigger than I thought it was.
Oh, it actually used to be much larger. It used to... Well, Germany used to be bigger, too, before they...
Yeah, I wonder what happened there.
Fucked it up. Goddamn Soviets. But yeah, Poland used to have basically an arc from close to Vilnius down into this region, into Ukraine around Lvov, because one of the big moments in Polish history during the Second World War was trying to make it out through the Romanian bridgehead and Lvov was the one city that was holding out against both, Nazi invasion and Soviet invasion. And then they had to eventually capitulate, I want to say about this time back in 1939. They held out for much longer.
Does explain why Poland has absolutely no time whatsoever for fucking communists.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Poland didn't officially end their resistance until roughly... The official sources say 1946 in most Western history books, but it really wasn't until 1952 when the Polish Home Army's last commander was caught and executed by the Stasi, the NKVD. So, yeah, you talk to a lot of Poles and they're like, yeah, fuck the Russians. We don't really like the Ukrainians, but they're getting fucked over by the Russians, so we're gonna say fuck the Russians even harder.
Yeah, well, that's more of a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend for now.
Exactly. Now, if they could get Lvov back, then yeah, they would definitely do it, and hopefully people are picking up on the fact that I'm saying Lvov, not Lviv, because that's the Polish pronunciation, and get wrecked. Get wrecked, Ukrainians.
Yeah, Poland used to have basically a gigantic empire at one point, didn't they?
Yeah, well, that was the
Lithuania.
Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth, yes.
There we go. Yep. You see why I'd be the one in chat actually mentioned it before I thought of it. See, Commonwealth of Poland, Lithuania. Very powerful country for a minute there.
Yeah.
It does sound like it was pretty much a minute.
and just absolutely scared the shit out of the Prussians and the Russians, so naturally they had to go in and carve it up.
More's the pity. We could do with less Russians.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a Russian mail-order bride, but old Vladimir can, go jump off a Ukrainian bridgehead. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I'm not even of Polish extraction. I just know my history. So.
Let's
see. Back to good old potassium iodide. So, yeah, Polish officials have started handing out anti-radiation tablets nationwide as fears of nuclear exposure triggered by the war in Ukraine. We get it. Yeah, that's just repetition of the headline. We decided that preemptive move to start distributing potassium iodide tablets to district fire departments. Deputy Interior Minister Blaise Pobie told reporters. I'm terrible with my pronunciation. Sorry, Poland. He said it was a routine initiative in case of potential radiation threat, which at the moment does not exist.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's a special sentence. In case of a potential radiation threat, which at the moment does not exist. I'm sorry, are you suggesting that fighting near a nuclear plant is not a potential radiation threat?
I think we can translate to him saying, look, we don't know what the fuck those crazy fuckers are going to do next, so we're not taking any chances.
Yep. And I'm kind of curious of... Okay.
I think that one might have got lost in translation.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Because now I think it's fair to point out that this is a radiation map from Chernobyl, and just to kind of express, okay, you know, what could possibly happen with radiation moving across Europe. So
Yeah, I can remember at the time there was actually some fear mongering, obviously, in the Canadian news about us potentially being affected by the fallout from Chernobyl.
I mean,
That
if you'd
was
had
in the
some
era of
really,
acid rain and things like that, so.
I mean, if you'd had some really bad winds, it could have gone some fallout. But
True.
it would have been worse than rolling in a bunch of bananas.
And far less exciting.
We don't want to talk about what we all did on the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's just starting for me.
Yeah, fair. Same here.
Remind me, what's the pill that they're giving out in Poland?
Oh, potassium iodide.
Okay. So
Where'd you get that
Ukraine's
over the
giving
counter?
out potassium iodide. Ukraine's giving out potassium iodide. Poland's giving out potassium iodide. What the fuck is the US playing at?
It's maybe Nancy Pelosi has some investments in this company, in Amgen.
Yeah, maybe. That or in a fit of, well, typical Biden administration, they fucking gave all America's potassium iodide to the fucking Ukrainians.
Well, it's interesting. You can get pretty good potassium iodide on the civilian market here in the States.
Yeah. But I don't know.
But,
crazy thought. But maybe if America's got potassium iodide, they should be saving it for, I don't know, doctors, nurses, soldiers.
I mean, you would think, but I mean, why let a good crisis go to waste?
No, that's it. It's not above the Biden administration to give the Taliban the world's 8th largest air force.
Yeah. So, and Pobzoy said potassium iodide tablets were a preventative measure in case of nuclear accident, would not help in response to tactical nuclear weapon attack. Under that scenario, entirely different isotopes are released, ones against which unfortunately no tablet to protect us. He stressed, however, compared to a nuclear accident, an attack was even less likely.
Okay, so this
Okay, so
is...
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you scroll up again, Bleach?
Yes, sir.
So according to Dr. Wojciech Stalingrad, it's that there ain't jack shit you can do against tactical nuclear weapon attack. So again, what in the actual fuck is the US playing at?
Well, I think their thinking is that if there were a conventional weapon dropped on a reactor or a power plant, that these would be the isotopes that would be released. But yeah,
but that's Ukraine and Poland having that discussion.
Yeah.
Where the United States is like, yeah, well, let's just throw our fucking money away at Amgen.
Yeah, but there's nothing the American government likes more than throwing away taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, this is true. Look, all I'm saying is that I want to be able to carry the same weapons that the American army gave the American government gave to the Taliban.
Yeah. No, I don't even want that. I just want the right to carry an AK.
I want the right to carry a Davy Crockett. Because fuck you, Biden.
If you can carry it, I think you're... If you can carry it, I don't think anyone's going to argue with you. Not from within, what, a mile?
A little over.
What was the blast radius on the Davy Crockett? Now I'm curious.
Enough.
Oh gosh. I actually knew a guy who worked on developing the Davy Crockett.
Oh, that must have been awesome.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe there is some logic to America stockpiling drugs that can be used to treat the effects of radiation poisoning. But that article, what an abomination.
Yeah, I've just done
wouldn't be all that hard to carry. Only 76 pounds total.
An interesting little look into Nancy Pelosi and having any connections. And yes, she is an investor in Amgen.
Oh, who'd have fucking thought?
Yep. Yeah. Let's see. I will see if, because it's one of many cases she's invested, but fuck off. So this guy, I'll see if I can pull up this section quickly enough. No. I saw it in a blurb and now I can't find it quickly enough to be of value. But essentially, this guy, being a lobbyist, was getting all sorts of donations in order to help old Nancy get a little further along in her investments in Amgen. So, oh, guess what? Romanians also have potassium iodide.
Yeah, and look at that title. So once again, they're getting it. It's technically incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't block radiation. It prevents the body from taking up radioactive isotopes, or rather, keeping them.
Yep. It's used by those under 40 to block the effects of nuclear radiation. I mean, so what? You turn 40 and you're magically immune? This is just, what the absolute hell?
Like, what is the logic that if you're over 40, your thyroid's already fucked, so you're not worth the... It's...
Romanian Ministry of Health ran a national campaign over the summer aiming to distribute potassium iodides pills to the population. Pills are administered in a case of exposure, radiation bound, blah, blah, blah. From the site of a nuclear incident can benefit those under 40 the most. At the same time, authorities constantly remind people not to take pills unless they're instructed to by public health officials, as they can have harmful effects.
Okay, here we go.
I think the reason for the under 40 years old thing is that your thyroid starts to decline in functionality about the time you turn 40.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. Yeah. And the ever-trustful WebMD says people over the age of 40 should only take it if their public health officials state there will be a very high amount of radioactive iodide contamination. The group has the lowest risk of thyroid cancer or thyroid injury after radioactive iodine exposure because their thyroid's already fucked. They're also at highest risk of an allergic reaction or adverse effects. I assume that's why, because their thyroid's already shagged.
And in the chat, the guys are talking about this as well. And one of the other things that came to mind is they're talking about rebuilding. If you're under 40, you have a much higher chance of being fertile.
Fair.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it's also how long it takes the cancer to kick in. Like if you're 40 and you get a 40-year cancer, how well you'll be dead by then from living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Yep.
If you're 20, well, in 40 years, you can still be useful on the farms.
So, yeah, that's...
Gregory Price points out potassium iodide causes nausea, so you probably don't want to take it. Well, if you don't need to take something, you shouldn't take it. It's generally a good standard to go by.
Fair, fair. I
Oh,
don't
suck a dick,
subscribe at
Telegraph.
all.
Yep.
So, they keep talking about Putin and nuclear weapons and blah blah blah. I think it's a much more likely scenario that a reactor is going to get damaged in a war zone rather than Russia launching nukes. But of course, we've got to ramp up the paranoia.
Yeah.
Nuclear weapons convoy sparks fear Putin is preparing to send a signal to the West. Train operated by secretive nuclear division spotted in central Russia, heading towards the front line in Ukraine. Okay, but does that mean...
So a train operated by this division. Right, that's astoundingly helpful.
Yeah.
Also, do they really expect us to believe that Putin is that stupid?
Oh, yes, yes, they absolutely expect us to.
Like, Putin, there is no chance in hell that Putin is actually stupid enough to want to get into a nuclear pissing match. Because he'd much rather have a country to rule at the end of this.
Well, he'd also not like to give the Russian people more reason not to want him in power.
Yeah, Billy Blog says no one can say Putin will not use nukes because he's shrewd. Yeah, exactly. Putin is not stupid enough. He knows that if he starts flinging nukes, there won't be a Russia for him to rule over.
And as much of a return to the Russian Empire guy as he is, he's not this damn stupid that everybody wants to make him out to be.
Oh, Billy Bloggs finishes this thought. Has no one considered Putin will not use nukes because he is a shrewd operator and he might just use thermobarics instead? Possibly.
Yeah, I think the Russians are smart enough where they don't want to absolutely fuck over the infrastructure once they take over in these places, if possible.
Well, that's it.
Because that's a lot of expense that they don't have the money to cover.
Like, weren't we hearing that a lot of Europe and the Third World's wheat was coming from Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure Putin would like to control that, not sit there looking at what used to be wheat fields and is now nuclear hellscape.
Yeah. That was one of the big things back in the old, some portion of the Soviet Union's later history, where they were exporting grains to, was it Africa, in a lot of ways, and it was just like, all right, we're gonna be dumb enough to absolutely just fuck ourselves over. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah. Like they're trying to pretend that Putin's this brilliant mastermind that can come up with all these plans to take over the world, but at the same time is stupid enough to destroy everything he stands any chance of getting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've long been under the idea that Russia is a nationalist country, therefore they are a threat to the WEF and Western globalization push. Wow. And that's the big reason why they're so antagonistic towards him. Now, I think Putin's fucked for going into Ukraine the way he did, but that's just that's a whole different part of the discussion.
Like I still firmly believe that it would be best for everyone if Ukraine won. However, I also firmly believe that it shouldn't be my fucking problem.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to pay or suffer or get nuked over some Eastern European frozen shithole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. A train operated by secretive nuclear division and linked to the 12th Main Directorate of the Russian Military Defense. There's a mouthful. Spotted in central Russia over the weekend, heading towards the front line of Ukraine. Pro-Russia Telegram channel Rybar shared the footage showing a large freight convoy hauling upgraded armored personnel carriers and other equipment. Konrad Mazuka, defense analyst specializing in Ukraine, said the 12th Directorate operated a dozen central storage facilities for nuclear weapons. So
cool. And what else do they operate? A bunch of shit, apparently.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the photo here. Screenshot of the convoy. So all they look like tankers. They might be troop transports. Not up to date on my current Russian military equipment, but it's like this is the nuclear scare, really?
Those just look like trucks to me. But
Well, they don't even look like those fancy multiple shot Russian missile launchers.
No, or the old Scud launchers either. Let's see. So this is kit belonging to 12th Main Directorate, blah blah blah. Polish-based analyst said, Directorate, yada yada yada. They just repeated them damn selves. Fucking. Anyway, stress no way. However, the experts stress that the video in no way shows preparation for nuclear release.
Oh, no shit. So the experts have said this, and what was Biden's response?
Ooh, apocalypse incoming!
Yeah, and to throw shade at Putin. Like,
Yeah.
if you expect...
Probably demanded a 6-year-old to sniff.
Yeah. Like, the Biden administration sitting here trying to tell us that Putin is an unstable egomaniac who'll lose his nut at the drop of a fucking feather. And they're saying they're casting shade at him?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't sound like projection at all.
So there's a lot of bullshit in there talking about things that aren't related to this. The latest maneuvers could signal an increasingly desperate Putin's willingness to escalate war following a series of embarrassing defeats on the battlefield, including the loss of the key city of Donetsk and the recent setbacks in the Kherson region. According to Pentagon officials, liars, the U.S. is considering how to respond to a range of potential scenarios, including fears that Russia could use tactical nuclear weapons. I read some statistic, and I don't want to say this in an authoritative way, but I was under the impression that Russia's tactical nuclear arsenal was very small and very limited. But I think this is all saber rattling. They never developed Davy Crockett's and things basically to deal with a mass invasion of Russian soldiers like the West did. So,
also another thing that they haven't bothered to consider. We've just seen Poland and Ukraine freaking out over radiation from, what was it? Oh yeah, a nuclear power plant. Now, who in Russia might be best equipped to deal with a nuclear accident at a nuclear power plant? Oh fuck, could it be the Department of the Military involved in nuclear weapons?
No, that's crazy talk.
Yeah, it must be.
Hello. Sorry, I'm back.
You didn't miss much.
Okay.
Other than, well, if you got your iodide pills from the Biden administration and Nancy Pelosi.
Okay. Sorry, I had a call from an employee, so.
Oh well, you won't have to worry about that in a couple of weeks' time. There won't be any
Biden
employees.
will destroy us.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be nice. Sweet release of nuclear death.
I'm just looking for snowmobiling in nuclear winter.
I mean, that's if a nuke even works on me after all. You know, being an eldritch horror after all.
Look, patrolling the Mojave makes me wish for a nuclear winter.
True. It would cool things down a bit. Let's see.
Now, remind me, Bleach, isn't the NCR rifle basically just an AR but with wood bits instead of plastic?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like some bastard love child between a FAL and an AR.
I mean, a bastard love child of a FAL and an AR just sounds cool to start with. FAL's a pretty nice piece of metal.
Yes, it is. Especially if you get some of the heavy barrel variants.
Yep.
Especially.
And unlike all these idiots who are like bullpups, no. Fuck plastic guns. I firmly believe that you should be able to beat a motherfucker to death with your rifle if you run out of ammo.
This is why I like gunblades.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Bayonets?
No, they actually used in. It's a while ago since they made them, but they were actual daggers that were gunblades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the French like them especially.
Those.
Yeah, hang on, I'll find you an
from
image.
World War One was the last generation, if I remember.
If you
right.
want a proper battle rifle, take something like your FAL or your SLR and whack a 18-inch bayonet on the fucker. And while the guy with the bullpup style is trying to come up and bayonet you with his 2-inch knife, you could be like 3 trenches away and stab him in the face.
For those who are interested, Palmetto State Armory, it turns out, makes a 9mm pistol called the Dagger.
You know,
here's the image I was looking for. It's a naval flintlock dagger.
Oh God.
Sounds kind of fun.
Honestly, I think it's absolutely gorgeous because of the craftsmanship that went into it, but it does look cursed as hell.
I would absolutely love a flintlock. Put it in the chat so we can all see it.
Yeah.
I'll throw it in live shows.
All right.
Oh, why don't you just put it in the chat in here?
I still want my home defense.
Actually,
cannon.
I can do that. Yeah, that sounds like a better idea. Let me get that window back.
Why my home defense cannon at Bleach?
Well, you never specified whether you wanted to.
That is pretty, isn't it, Crow?
That is nice. Imagine stabbing someone in the face with that and then unleashing a fucking barrel.
That looks like a nightmare and a half. But
oh yeah.
Then again, I'm a bit of a firearms purist, so
I kind of want a Gatling gun with swords attached now. You just ram it into their stomach, like fucking full on gut them automatically, while blowing through them using them as a human shield.
Yeah, well, what I just posted is essentially a dagger with a gun attached, as opposed to a gun with a dagger attached. So.
I decided to horrify chat here.
Good job. Is there screaming? Please tell me there's screaming.
There better be.
And Billy Blogs points out that daggering is banned in Jamaica. Yeah, but that's because people kept breaking their tools. There you go. That's nice.
Okay, so this is the image I was talking about, which I also really rather like.
Are you thinking about something more? Oh yeah, the Final Fantasy style gunblade sort of thing. Yeah,
that actually really existed.
Wait, is that like a genuine antique?
That's a genuine antique weapon.
Oh dear God, I gotta see this thing now. Bring that up.
It's the Revolver Commander.
That's actually kind of nice.
1870. It's a 9mm caliber. I can't read the rest because it's. Yeah.
Was it black powder? Because if it's black powder, it might be legal in Canada.
The important thing to keep in mind is
1870
is having that much steel hanging off the front of it. There'd be no recoil whatsoever.
No.
It depends on where the center line is between your wrist and the barrel, because
Well,
it could actually cause more flip if you
true.
don't watch out.
But it could
Yeah,
definitely...
you probably don't want to rapid fire that thing and have it bounce back at your face.
Still,
No.
pretty fucking cool looking thing.
could
You
de-
pull that out, it's like, yeah, you want to fuck with me? I'm not sure you do.
could definitely
Yeah.
do with being remade into a proper
You should have a rifle stock, I
cartridge
think.
base one. Something
Switch
like
black.
a J-frame Smith & Wesson. Because I'm none of this having to load each chamber one by one.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, you can use star clips. They make it a lot easier to reload revolvers.
But this
Not if it's one of the ones that has
vintage...
the swing gate. And you can only load one at a time.
Billy asks 2 questions. How dead does the enemy need to be?
Yes.
I'll quote Grady Judd, graveyard dead. And how the fuck would you holster that monstrosity?
In the chest
And
of your
again, I
enemy.
will say, holster. Why would you ever holster it?
Well, I mean, you gotta do something with it when you're...
No, that's
Okay,
a
for some reason...
that's a thigh rig.
For some reason, Discord just completely booted me. Closed down.
that?
Didn't exist.
Huh.
But no, like, if
God.
it's a black powder revolver, you gotta have to, like, grease it and everything to deal with flashover and all sorts.
Is that a
Yeah,
Webley?
well, yes, that is a Webley.
That's horrific.
God, that's... No, why?
Because World War One.
Clearly.
Yeah, but at that point, it'd make more sense to, I don't know, just carry a real knife.
Or just carry more
Yes.
reloads.
So the blade looks to be
fair.
about the same as the full length of the Webley, and the Webley's a fucking tiny gun.
To be fair, this is what I'd use if I had to fight a bear up range, like up close range.
I mean,
Stab that fucker in its heart and just blast, blast, blast.
you say that, but its arms are probably longer than yours.
Yeah, but it's probably going to be trying to maul my neck, so it's not going to be worried what my arms are doing. This is what Bowie knife is for.
You'd think that, but most animals will go for whatever part of you is closest to them. That's why if you ever get attacked by a dog, you want to hold out your non-dominant hand and punch it with your dominant one when it gets close.
I just shove my arm down its throat. That's what I do.
Or you just go
And I
full
shove my
ATM.
other arm down the other part, and then I just use it like a hand warmer, like both arms, one in the ass, one down the mouth. It's great.
Like an old Victorian muff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the animal
I
completely regrets ever attacking me at that point. And then I show him to his family, and his whole family realizes they should never fuck with me.
Callum Dayton asks what length of bayonet is good. I'm going to flick bleach a picture.
I was going to say, the longer the better, really. As long as it's a well-made bayonet.
Yeah, wasn't there a bayonet for the M1 Garand that was like basically the length of the Garand?
No, that...
Or am I thinking
That
something
was-
older, possibly?
I think you're thinking of something completely...
Yeah, I think I'm thinking probably
Yeah.
Revolutionary War.
Now that is what I consider the starting size of a bayonet. So that is a short magazine Lee Enfield.
Thanks.
And
Mark
it is...
III?
Yep, it should be. If it's from the Australian War Memorial, it should be a Mark III. And, well, the Mark III is about as big as you, and then you stick a bayonet on it that's about a third length.
Where did you post it? Sorry?
It's on screen.
Sorry?
It's on
Oh,
Bleach's screen.
it's on the stream currently.
Oh, right. I wasn't watching. Sorry. I'm being dumb. Yeah, because I got kicked out. Yeah. There we go. Now brain's kept up. Don't worry, chat. I'm not a retard.
And that is 16.5 inches of fuck you.
That's
Now,
exactly what
I'm-
the ladies want.
Because
Jeez.
this is how it's done properly.
That's not the full-size
training
bayonet.
I don't
that's-
think you can clench your ab muscles that hard, buddy.
This is actually Canadian training with a Craig Jorgensen.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
Add another 4 inches to that bayonet so that it's already in the other guy's chest. Then you're talking.
Yeah. Well,
To be-
I think it's...
If you use it more like a spear, you do get a lot more length, to be fair.
Callum asks, what about trenches or other close quarter zones? Well, that's the point. You stab them from your trench.
Yeah, you never have to leave.
Exactly. Yeah, that was the whole...
And yes, Cray, that's kind of my point. If you get a big, socking, hefty, long rifle and then stick a massive fucking bayonet on the end of it, you can fend off cavalry charges.
Yep, you just plant it in the ground.
Now, I will say...
doubt.
The ladies like 16.5 inches of cold steel.
See, now the Germans overdid it and went with about 20-some inches on their earlier models, which is a little excessive.
Nah.
No, of course, in reality, I wouldn't actually want to fight a bear.
But if you do want to have to fight a bear, you want a bayonet like that on something like a FAL or a SLR.
I'd probably go for something that's at least like a 4.54 revolver or slightly higher caliber if I can get a rifle that will do it. Because I'd rather be as far away from the bear as I possibly can be.
Well, I mean,
yeah, if you're fighting a bear, you're probably already too close to survive the encounter anyway, and you might as well go for whatever's handy.
I heard this really awful audio of this girl calling her mother while she's being eaten by bears.
Yeah, she sounds clever.
No, I mean her father had just been killed, and basically they'd knocked her to the floor and gutted her, and were eating her guts while she was on the phone.
Oh,
there was nothing she could do.
Damn.
Oh God.
And that's
you see
why
why
the
I'd be the
whole-
one says it. Oh, sorry.
And the whole
Bro, go ahead,
time
finish
she's just
your
sort of like, she's sort of just sat there. Like at first she's like obviously very fearful, but eventually she gets to the point where it doesn't hurt anymore, and she's completely out of it. She's like, "Oh, I feel at peace at the moment," and says goodbye to her mum over the phone, as her mum's obviously really horrified hearing everything. But yeah, it was one of the most heartbreaking fucking audios I've actually heard. You can find it online if you look for it, but you have to have a pretty strong stomach for that kind of stuff.
And that's why when you're in the bush,
I don't
your
think I'd
small
need to
gun
hear
should be a
that.
44 Magnum.
Oh, I would never go out in the wild in America without having a big fucking gun. A shotgun
It
filled with
depends on
slugs,
what part.
maybe. Yeah, if it's California, definitely going out with a shotgun.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'd feel more
just if you're in
comfortable.
LA.
I'd feel more
Yeah.
comfortable going unarmed in the wilds of Alaska than I would in any major city, especially a Democrat one.
Yeah.
Because a moose will run from you if it sees you first.
Yes.
You see why Beta1 has very good advice. If you're gonna fight a bear, do it high as fuck on PCP, naked with 2 hatchets.
Well, that'll definitely result in the bear getting
PCP, you're
killed.
probably already naked.
Give him bath salts as well, just to boot.
So you like start
fucking
eating
eat the
the bear's
flesh.
face.
Yeah. While the bear's still alive and struggling.
Yeah. I can just see like this 800-pound grizzly like, yeah, I fucked up today.
This is what it's like being a Russian, I guess.
Pretty much.
So what dumb shit did Zelensky have to say?
Zelensky calls for preemptive strike against Russia in Speak and Lovy Institute. Ukraine's leader sparked furious response from Russia, and rightfully so, which branded him a monster over comments made to an Australian crowd on Thursday. Zelensky's office clarified he was not calling for a preemptive nuclear strike on Russia. After a speech, Ukrainian weasel said on Australia, yada, 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 yada. I wish they would stop repeating themselves every other fucking mini paragraph. I mean, it's not even paragraphs, it's damn sentences. Mr. President, in your remarks of stupid damn pop-ups, You mentioned nuclear blackmail. Mr. Putin told us other day he is not bluffing. So may I ask you, would you believe in likelihood of use of nuclear Russian weapons against Ukraine has risen?
That's not the criminal
What do you want
scumbag
NATO to do
Zelensky
to
yet.
determine? Yes. Possibility of eliminate the possibility of Russia using nuclear weapons.
Oh, I know what NATO should do to eliminate the possibility of Russia using nuclear weapons. Mind their own fucking business.
I'd rather we just eliminate Russia.
Yeah, I mean,
Invade.
let me
Eliminate
get my
China,
mail order bride
invade.
out first.
Bring back the Empire.
I mean, at this point, nuking Ukraine sounds like every better option for NATO.
Yeah. Don't wait for Russia's nuclear strikes and then say, "Oh, since you did this, take that from us." Reconsider a way to apply
No, the
pressure.
sentence before, the paragraph before that.
Do you think they'd even actually be able to launch their nukes, or would they just collapse and explode in the silos?
Probably both.
But
what is
enough
important
would work to be a problem.
Oh, this is yeah. But what is important, I once again appeal to the international community, as I did before February 24th. We need preemptive strikes so they'll know what will happen if they use nukes, and not the other way around. No! Just fucking no. In response, the Ukrainian spokesman said Dmitry Peskov, Zelensky's comments are nothing but a call to start world war and would lead to an unforeseeable, disastrous consequences.
I don't know. Nuclear holocaust is pretty foreseeable.
Yeah. Russian foreign minister accused Zelensky of trying to provoke nuclear war. Yep. Spokeswoman Maria Zakharova stating every person on the planet should recognize that the unbalanced Ukrainian leader had turned into a monster who can destroy the planet. I mean, she's not wrong. Zelensky's office issued a
How's
statement.
it go? Stop
like
making
Biden's
Russia
office.
look like the good guys.
Yeah. He did not call on NATO countries to preemptively use nuclear weapons against the Russian Federation.
No, not nuclear weapons. So we'll move on from this article because it's basically the same bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, it's got some pretty pictures, and Frank Chung is Wang Chunging tonight.
This is basically more of the same. Just go to the next one again, Bleach.
Yep.
Let's see what the fact check has
more
to
the same.
say. So just scroll all the way down to the result. Actually, sorry, could you read the actual question and then scroll to the result?
All right. So the claim, social media accused Ukrainian president of fanning nuclear rhetoric. Okay. Zelensky asked NATO to start nuclear war, effing insane, yada, yada, yada. And the facts. Let's skip the facts because I think we already... False, of course. The quote from Ukraine's president has been taken out of context and misrepresents his message.
What fucking context was it good in?
I really believe that.
His spokesman clarified his address. Talk of preemptive strike referred to measures such as sanctions.
Bullshit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, preemptive strike is not what you use for sanctions.
No.
Sanctions aren't preemptive.
Yeah, or you could even use the word embargo, but that still does not say preemptive strike.
No, and we've got the actual quote in context. Where he's like, oh, preemptive strike. Because they're like, oh, he didn't say that they should they should do a preemptive nuclear strike. Yeah, that's fucking weasel words. He said a preemptive strike. He never specified whether it should be nuclear or conventional.
Nope. Let's see. Student of history didn't call on NATO to preemptively nuke Russia. Then who the fuck did they ask? China, India, Pakistan? Oh, I know. It was it was the Semites again. Oh wait, just terms of service is a joke. Yeah. Yep.
No. But he didn't call on NATO to preemptively nuke Russia. He just called on NATO to preemptively strike Russia. He wasn't specific in how they should attack Russia.
I just, you know, this is why journalism is the lowest bar of humanity, because this bullshit right here.
Somebody just snort some cocaine.
Oh, those comments are pretty good, especially that first one.
Yep. Let's see. Goins. I think Newsweek has once again misinterpreted the comments of the world leader to fit the politics of their masters. It could be argued that Zelensky has been talking about nukes, but is clearly talking about military actions. Any other interpretation is an effort to fit the conflict into a political narrative. The danger of this kind of behavior extends like cancer, can be easily caused for World War III, just like Putin. Mass media is arguably as dangerous a threat of nuclear war. Yeah. Not Newsweek is... Oh, yeah, I'm making a pun there. Newsweek is a despicable excuse for the founders' idea of the watchdog press to hold the government at bay. And this one, I think, is also relevant. The Clinton administration convinced Ukraine to give up control of the world's third largest nuclear weapons stockpile in exchange for mutual assistance from the U.S. and Russia for the collective defense of Ukraine's territorial and sovereign borders. Weapons were Soviet but stored on Ukrainian soil. Reputation of the Soviet PAL security and tactical nuclear weapons was highly questionable. Had Ukraine just kept 12 of the over 5,000 devices, there would be no current invasion. Basically, the U.S. Second Amendment in a nutshell. Yes. If you take away my right for self-defense, completely relying on a stranger for my family protection. Yep.
And that's never gone wrong ever before.
Oh, I like this one from Mr. Tucker here. Nth degree clown world. Use fact check depends on spokesman clarifying Zelensky's statement after he made them. No shame or honesty.
Well, that's it.
Do we want to flog this horse some more?
If they were honest, yeah, that's what he said. He's a fucking idiot, and then this is what I meant. Like, it's confirmed that he said this, but he then says that this is what I meant. But you can't say it's false when he comes along afterwards, when people call him out for being a nutter.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's probably enough of that one. We've got plenty more stupidity.
This is one of those things where playing the geopolitics bullshit game. I mean, not only does he look vaguely like a Slavic Elon Musk, but it's like Zelensky just. I get wanting to retain national sovereignty and integrity, but this is just ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. So. All right. Well, speaking of other fun things, North Korea fires longest range missile yet, first to fly over Japan in 5 years. So, who is in charge of leading the West mentally 5 years ago? Anyone?
Oh, was it the bad orange man?
I believe so. But we all know Orange Man bad.
Yes. Obviously.
That's Shades is here. Don't ask me to choose between Putin and Globo. No one will like the answer. Yeah, no, it's like I think we've all been there.
I think I could probably predict his answer, to be honest, but it's probably the same as mine. So,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm pretty
Theodore
sure.
Pinnock.
I'm pretty sure Putin isn't dead set on cutting the tits off all the confused young women. So.
Yep. Theodore
yeah,
Pinnock. Ukraine didn't have the nukes in a real practical way because they were Soviet nukes. Russia actually had all the launch codes, so Ukraine physically possessed them but could not use them. That's correct. Yeah.
I think
But
that's a
the
bit
way
of semantics.
Soviet...
Like, if you physically possess something, it's only a matter of time until you practically possess it.
Well, and the way the Soviet Union fell apart, it was very possible that there would have been Ukrainian nationals, well, or ethnic Ukrainians, who had access to that sort of thing rather than
but also,
just Russia, the nation.
It's high-tech 70s computers. I'm pretty sure any relatively smart electrical engineer of the time, with enough time, like, I don't know, being in the country unattended with government permission, could have sat there and fucking ripped the control systems to shreds and rebuilt them.
Yeah, it could have definitely been done. Right. And let's see, I'm trying to remember back to my Cold War Russian nuclear launch etiquette, shall we say. It had to come through. It went to the request went to the military chain of command, then it went to the Duma, and then it went back to the semi-detached part of the Soviet military, which only dealt with nukes, and then to the actual launch codes themselves. But that's a rough recollection of something I haven't paid attention to in 20 years.
Yeah, and of course, everything, the final step was mechanical. Like, we're not talking about fucking war games from the fucking 90s here. Where a fucking computer can just hack all the pissing nukes in the country. No, for exactly that reason is why they had the dual key controls.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it just makes a hell of a lot of sense to me. But then again, I'm just an evil white man. Oh
no.
Yeah. We're
going
to make a real quick detour because Prime Night has found the cursed image from Gun Jesus.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
His rifle's too short.
Yeah, it literally is a fairly early. What is that mod?
Actually,
Wentworth.
That looks like it's a saber attached to the gun rather than bayonet.
It is yes. This was developed for dragoons, if I remember this episode correctly.
Makes sense.
So. But no, don't need.
So going back to North Korea.
Here we go, North Korea.
Interesting how they're kicking off some saber rattling after they've been able to see what fucking Putin's been able to get away with the potato in charge.
Oh yeah. Tokyo, North Korea on Tuesday fired a ballistic missile over the Japanese archipelago. For the first time in 5 years, the projectile reached the longest distance ever for a missile launched by Pyongyang. Japanese Defense Minister Yakuza Hamada told reporters North Korea's missile flew 4,600 French units, putting it well within reach of the U.S. territory of Guam, where key military bases are located, an altitude of 1,000 French units. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, on phone calls with the U.S. President, the Potato Head, agreed to step up the deterrence and response capabilities of the U.S.-Japanese alliance in wake of a missile test. Kishida said after phone call talks with Biden, this old codger, he shit himself multiple times, and the two leaders strongly condemned the launch. That the launch posed great challenge to peace and stability in the international community.
Yeah. Shades of Dominion in the chat says, all potatoes will betray you if not mashed and properly slathered in butter.
Well, the potato in question is quite mashed.
Ain't that the truth?
It's the slathering part that I'll leave to you, Shades.
Remember without explaining anything.
Remember when Kim Jong Fuckface was doing his saber rattling a couple of years back, and then the evil orange man's like, "Lol, I'll nuke you back to the fucking Stone Age," and then he's like, "I'm just going to go sit over here in my hole and shut up."
It's like, maybe I don't want to anger this tiger.
He pulled the absolute
and my favorite part was, Trump's like, well, it's okay, Rocket Man. We can have a talk. Like, oh, that's so kind of you for not fucking nuking me back to the Stone Age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he pulled the absolute Chad move of going, that's your DMZ line, huh? Let me just step over that and see what you do.
Yeah. And
I wish we had gotten the reverse angle from that camera too, because I'm reasonably sure there were about 18 American soldiers who just went.
Oh God, could you imagine I would have liked to have seen a fucking photo of the face of the head of the Secret Service detachment.
Fuck.
Oh yeah.
You watch a man die standing.
Yeah.
Yep. And UCYB the one is correct. Trump became the first president to set foot in the People's Republic of Korea.
Yep.
Yes.
Does the D stand for Democratic? Because that's hilarious.
Yes. Well, hey, just remember, South Korea is a threat to our democracy.
Yeah. And you guys do have a very strong alliance with North Korea, according to Kamala Harris.
Oh, God.
Oh, she's a fucking twit.
Yeah. Another thing about the Orange Man, so many idiots were complaining, oh, he's crazy, he's unstable, you don't know what he's going to do next. Yes, that's a good thing. That's why Rocket Man shut up and did as he was told, and Putin was sitting in the corner going, I reckon I can wait out 2 terms.
Yeah. Yeah, because I thought it was just absolutely fascinating how the media and the West were just absolutely losing their shit over Trump, and Trump's just going in like, well, yeah, I can do all these terrible things to you, but you want to sit down and have a talk? It was just like, wow. The West does not understand what strong leadership is.
You can come to the negotiating table, or I will turn your country into a smoking hole. Take your
yours.
Which form of negotiation would you like?
But
it just reminds me of The Fifth Element, where he shoots the guy in the head and it's like, anyone else want to negotiate?
Yeah. I'm going to love that scene.
But yeah, you need that in a leader of a country like that. You need someone who's just unstable enough that you don't know if he will or will not turn around and just nuke a shithead into the Stone Age.
Yep. Let's see.
Sometimes the Rocket Man does need a nuke to the face.
Indeed. And
student of history points out, if mishandling someone is going to work like playing with nitroglycerin, you're going to be very, very careful.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, would that be someone like Putin and Trump?
You think?
You know, the 2 guys who are just unstable enough that you don't want to poke that bear. Which, again, is why Putin is not going to start the nukes.
No.
That's
the furthest thing from his
stupid.
mind, honestly.
If nukes start flying, he'll fucking well take part. But he's not daft enough to start, because he knows that if America detects an ICBM going fucking anywhere, Russia's going to cease to exist.
Yep. Hopefully.
Like, you'd want to be in the gulags in the north if Putin was stupid enough to nuke Ukraine.
Yeah,
it's true. How much colder could it get?
Like, you'd be better off in the middle of nowhere, bumfucking nowhere, Siberia.
Yep. And oh god, Japanese former minister Yoshimasa, Hayashi, yada yada, agreed with U.S. counterpart Tony Blinken, or as I like to call him, Abe Blinken,
or Blinken idiot.
Yeah, closely cooperate with denuclearization of North Korea after North Korea vowed to not give up their nukes ever. So
Yeah, that's a special one. We'll cooperate towards the complete denuclearization of North Korea. Question. Has anyone asked North Korea?
yeah, it's like, oh wait, a sovereign nation? What?
I mean, the smart option with North Korea would have been to finish the Korean War at the border of China. But because they...
Mongolia.
Actually, speaking of every failure of American foreign policy, every time they fucked up and failed, it's because they didn't finish a pissing job they started. Vietnam, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan. Like, it's debatable whether America should have gone into Iraq or Afghanistan in the first place. But once they did, it was imperative to finish the fucking job.
Yeah, well, I mean, Afghanistan, I remember this debate about Afghanistan and then Iraq eventually. But Afghanistan, we were all kind of on board, like, yeah, go get the son of the bitch that attacked you. We're absolutely down to clown for that. But then it was all of a sudden, we've discovered these weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We're going to go get them. And everybody went, well, hang on, Junior. You're just going to go pick a fight with the guy who wanted to kill your dad.
Yeah.
But no, this was one of the stories that came out, was that Saddam Hussein had a plan in place to attempt an assassination on George H.W. Bush.
Wasn't there, like, the guy who said that there are weapons of mass destruction? Didn't he disappear? He was like an American scientist, and he just vanished.
I thought he was just straight up a confessed CIA operative.
Probably was, but
I don't really remember that guy's name. I remember Rumsfeld and guys like that being really gung-ho about how Iraq had these weapons of mass destruction. But where are they?
Yeah.
Well, if I remember some of the vaguer reports that were suddenly swept under the rug, a lot of what was existing, which was mostly like aging chemical weapons, were shuttled up into Syria.
Oh, lovely. So I wonder whatever happened to those. I'm sure those never got used.
No, not at all. No, never.
Oh, hey, can you remind me what the Taliban was doing in the 70s?
If I recall correctly, fighting the Russians and being supported by the Americans.
Yeah, they were fighting the Russians, yeah, and who paid them? Yeah, that's right, the fucking CIA. Yeah. There's making a rod to hit your own fucking back with.
Yeah, the only thing I really remember about that period is John Rambo firing arrows into hinds.
I remember nothing about the 70s. I don't remember the 80s either, you old bastards.
Get on our level.
Boomers.
Yeah, I'm just barely Gen X, and I'm going to make sure that's... Back in my day!
Was it David Kelly I'm thinking of?
That the British guy that Billy Blacks is talking about?
Yeah, I might be wrong. I can't remember.
Let's find out.
Oh, speaking of all America's foreign policy failures being not finishing the fucking job, may I refer you to Canada and Mexico?
I mean,
Well,
we did fuck
to
up
be
with
fair-
1848.
Yeah. I'd also like to refer you to Germany at the end of World War One, because the one of the primary causes of World War Two was not finishing the fucking job. So it just made Germany part of fucking Poland at the end of World War One and be done with it. Wouldn't have had that fucking problem.
If we dropped a bomb on them, like we dropped a bomb on, well, like America dropped a bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, would have been a completely different thing going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it would probably be overrun by the proponents of peace, even more so.
I mean, we can solve the refugee problem if there's nowhere from them to refugee from.
True.
If you reduce the entire country to glass, you're not going to have a refugee problem at all.
Exactly. If you take all of that generic region of the world and turn it into a nice basalt to display.
You just make it a World Heritage Museum of this is what happens to our enemies.
Just get the alternatively get the space laser, because we know no one's paying attention to that bullshit in space treaty. And if we just take the space laser and fuck around and find out in Cyrillic on Putin's front lawn.
You know, I was just thinking of the old quote attributed to Patton. We should have rearmed the Germans and invaded Russia.
Christ.
Although,
didn't he say something about defeating the wrong enemy or something at one point?
Yes. Yep. That was something like, what, 3 months before his assassination. I mean, accident that killed him. Yeah. 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 I don't know if we can beat that horse to death any more than it's being beaten on a daily basis.
I'll just repeat that comment because it was muted after a coughing fit. It's basically now, because we've got the potato in charge, all the inbred fucksteins are coming out of the woodwork because there's no one to stop them. But anyway, yes, we can move on from that.
Diversity is our strength.
For the guys in chat who are telling me things as well, Bleach is actually running the show today because Biden promised I'd be dead already, damn it. Unfortunately, I'm not.
Well.
It didn't dose you hard enough, obviously.
Well, you're not.
Yeah, you missed at least 6 boosters somewhere.
I mean, exactly. Massacre at daycare center in Thailand leaves 37 dead, including 24 children.
Fucking hell.
At least 24 children.
A former policeman.
Yes. Former policeman.
For the record,
what was
Bleach,
that
do you
about
want me to take over and
again?
read this one?
Oh, that would be appreciated.
Okay. A former policeman has killed dozens of people in a knife and gun rampage at a daycare center in Thailand before shooting dead his wife and child at their home and turning his weapon on himself, police say. In what was one of the world's deadliest child massacres by a single killer in recent history, most of the children murdered in Uthai Sawan, a town 500 kilometers northwest of Bangkok, were stabbed to death, police said. The dead included at least 24 children, some as young as 2 years old, as well as 2 teachers and 1 police officer.
Just call the police. They'll come save you. Whoops.
Yeah, should have called a social worker. In addition to the at least 37 people who died, including the attacker, at least 12 were injured, according to local media. He was in the middle of reloading the gun. I held my hands up and begged for mercy. I didn't know what to do, an unnamed witness said.
Wait, he was in the middle of reloading the gun. Fucking charge him, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Throw something at him, get a stick,
Either charge
do
him
something,
or jump out the fucking window.
He Because he's a parent of one of the kids who goes to the daycare center, at first I thought he was coming to pick up his kids, another witness said. Police identified the attacker as a former member of the force who was dismissed over drug allegations. He was facing trial on a drugs charge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't most drug-related charges in Thailand carry very severe penalties?
I'm pretty sure that drug smuggling carries the death penalty, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about possession, but smuggling's definitely the death penalty.
Okay.
Which I'm entirely okay with.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with it either. The man had been in court earlier in the day and had then gone to the daycare center to collect his child, according to police chief, this will be fun, Damrong Sak Kitty Prapus. When he did not find his child there, he began the killing spree, Mr. Paisal said. He started shooting, slashing, killing children at the Utai Sawan daycare center, he said. Police said the former police officer had legally purchased the gun he used in the attack, but he mainly used a knife in the killing of the children at the facility. Fucking piece of shit. Scroll down, please.
Mainly used a knife.
The initial attack came at about 12:30 p.m. on Thursday.
I have a couple of questions, sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
One, I know we're coming to this, but one, good to see those gunlers did a great job. And two, with a knife, you say?
It's funny how easy he could have been stopped with a gun.
Well, a competent person with a gun, because it turns out the fucking police officer was a fucking useless sack of shit.
Yeah. Student of history points out in the chat that while he was reloading, you should have tried to disembowel him with your teeth if you had to. And yeah, I'm absolutely agreeing with that. I mean, if you're already at that point of extremis, why would you even hesitate to do something, especially with children?
But like at that point, he's reloading. Either go through him, preferably through his ribcage, or jump out the nearest fucking window. Even if you're on the third fucking floor. Yeah. Like, come on, you fucking idiot.
The initial attack came at about 12:30. Oh, I read that part already. When the man entered the child care center in the province of Nang Hua Amphu, authorities said about 30 children were at the center when the gunman came in, district official Jidapa Boonsum said. The man first shot 4 or 5 staff, including a teacher who was 8 months pregnant.
Oh, you bastard.
Fucking cunt.
According to police, 19 boys, 3 girls, and 2 adults were killed in the building before the gunman fled. After he fled, the gunman continued to shoot from his car, hitting several people. Police Major General Paisal Sam Boone said. Police Colonel Jacopat, I have to lean in for this one.
You can just ignore their names.
Thaya from the province of Nang Hua Lampu identified the gunman as 34-year-old Panya Kamra, a former police lieutenant.
We never refer to mass killers by their name. It's either dirtbag or shitstone. What was his rank?
Fuckface it is then.
Yeah, fuckface. Just grab his rank. What was his rank in the police?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Fuckface.
A lieutenant fucking colonel in the police.
Yeah.
He's not some beat cop.
On trial for drugs charges. So another question is, what kind of fucking drugged up cocaine monkey circus are they running? Where someone on trial for drugs charges is allowed to keep a fucking gun? Fuck me, Dad. What kind of absolute fucking retarded fucking bail system does Thailand have?
It's not as bad as fuck New York.
Fuck New York.
Or, fuck California.
That's sad.
Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha has ordered an urgent probe into the attack, stating that it had shocked the country. Concerning this horrifying incident, I would like to express my deepest sorrow and condolences to the families of the dead and injured, he wrote on his official Facebook page. Why on earth do you have an official Facebook page? You're a cop.
Yeah.
You should be putting it out on the police force's website.
Secondly, you need an urgent probe? I think we know everything you need to.
I think it's pretty clear what happened here.
A dirty, corrupt shit stain of a cop murdered a bunch of kids. What more do you need to know other than your entire fucking police force is useless?
And the fact that he wants to fast track an investigation, no, that does not go well.
No, don't fast track shit. Secondly, can you just scroll up to the headline above that photo. Bodies taken for autopsies. Sorry, the fuck do you need an autopsy for? I'm pretty sure we know the cause of death. Corrupt cop.
God.
Yeah,
we're definitely not clicking on that video because that I don't need my absolute week ruined.
A large van that police said contained the bodies of 22 people, most of the children, was seen departing from a police station and heading towards the city of Udon Thani, 80 kilometers away, where autopsies were set to be performed. Reuters photographer also saw late on Thursday the body of the shooter, fuckface, being moved in a body bag from a van to a police station in the province. Police said a few children had survived without giving details. Massacre is among the worst involving children killed by one person. Oh yeah, now they're mentioning, what is he, Norwegian or Dutch or something? Fuckface?
Norwegian.
Swedish or Norwegian, something like that.
Yeah, some Scandiwick fuckface killed 69 people, mostly
because white
teenagers.
terrorists are better than brown terrorists, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. At a summer camp in Norway in 2011, while the death toll in other cases includes 20 children at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut in 2012, 16 at Dunblane in Scotland in 1996, and 19 at a school in Uvalde, Texas this year. The Bestland school hostage crisis.
What's the similarity between this case and Uvalde? Is it that the police were completely fucking useless at stopping it?
Yeah. The excuse me. The Beslan school hostage crisis in Russia in 2004 saw 186 children killed by a group of hostage takers. Also, you'll notice that something I've noticed is that no one ever mentions the Boko Haram killings of school boys, but by God, if they kidnap a few girls, everyone on the planet has to talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The rate of gun ownership in Thailand is high compared with some other countries in the region, but official figures do not include huge numbers of illegal weapons. How would official figures hold huge numbers of illegal weapons in the first place?
Yeah, that's a good fucking question.
I can see it now.
Secondly, the rate is high compared with some other countries in the region. Oh, so high and some. Out fucking standing journalism, you absolute morons. That's like that's like saying that the rate of gun ownership in Texas is higher compared to some other states, like California.
Anyway, huge numbers of illegal weapons, many of which have been brought in across porous borders over the years from strife-torn neighbors. Mass shootings are rare, but in 2020, a soldier angry over a property deal killed at least 29 people and injured 57 in a rampage that spanned 4 locations. Hang on. It's only been 2 years since somebody shot 86 people. That doesn't strike me as rare.
No.
That's also notice the similarities in both cases seem to be people that gun laws want to prevent it.
Uh-huh.
Yes, a soldier. I wonder how he got a gun. Did the government just give it to him with little vetting or training?
And I'm just going to pronounce this guy by his Twitter handle, Albomp.
Oh,
it's impossible to comprehend.
That is the nonce in charge of Australia.
Albomp,
definitely Albomp.
It's impossible to comprehend the heartbreak of this horrific news from Thailand. No, it's not, you damn fool. Everybody who has a single bit of emotion in their heart can feel it. And all Australians send their love and condolences.
Note that he's a
I'm
prime
sure
minister.
There's at least one Australian who doesn't.
What you said is about... Yes, anyone with emotion can comprehend the heartbreak. Well...
Good point. He's a Labour MP, isn't he?
I don't fucking know. And the problem in Australia is that you've got your choice between the SNP and the Democrats. Imagine a country where the Democrats were the good party.
So that would be North Korea. No, wait, actually, China.
Hey, at least... No, I can't say that because YouTube is still being gay. But I'm sure there's less fortification in Korea.
Oh, clearly. Even with 99.9% of all the votes going to the glorious leader.
Well, they all legitimately voted for him. The fact that he was the only name on the ballot has nothing to do with it, clearly.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
I don't know if I can get away with saying this, but I'll see if I can. The sheer abysmal state of Australian politics actually makes me hope for fiddling with the numbers. Because the alternative is that people actually voted for these morons.
Yeah.
Like given the choice between blatant corruption and people actually being stupid enough to vote for these people, I think I'd rather have the blatant corruption. And at least then there'd be some chance of not having everyone else in the country be a raging idiot.
Yep.
Yeah, there's something else I want to point out about the journalism in this story.
Anyway, speaking of making Texas part of Mexico again.
You mean making Mexico part of Texas?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes. And I want to address student of history's asking about the Beslan school deaths being by the actions of the Spetsnaz. If I remember correctly, that was actually the Chechen terrorists setting off explosives with some of their vests and taking down the roof of the school. I think what you're thinking of is there's a theater, Moscow theater.
Yeah, the theater one where they gas them with fentanyl.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that couldn't end badly.
Yeah, just ask George Floyd.
St. Floyd of fentanyl.
Someone want to read Callum's comment in chat before we continue on?
I'm in a similar position.
Yeah, just the whole one.
Let's see.
I'm in a similar position, Bezic, because I can't believe the numbers of people vote for the SNP here in Scotland, especially after the royal funeral stuff that happened a bit ago and the reactions. Yeah, and I mean, I feel the same way about the Liberal Party in Canada, so.
Yep. Yeah, UCY be the one. Yeah, Russian Spetsnaz went in, took too long. Then the Chechens offed the hostages. Yep.
That was Beslan, was it?
Yes.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that Russian special forces are run by idiots and incompetent. Good.
I think Aradansko yeah, and cousin of Texas Uvalde officer was in charge at Beslan.
Aradodo. Aradipshit.
Yeah.
Is that criminal in jail yet?
No, but he's officially been fired.
Small
from
fucking
everything.
mercies. Out of a cannon?
Oh God, if only. Callum Dayton says, does this mean the SAS is still the best and only special forces unit that can get shit done? To be fair to the Russian team, they probably weren't really trained for hostage situations. They were probably trained more for go in and fuck shit up situations.
I mean, the SAS really are the best in the world. Because even when they fuck really up, they succeed. Because remember, that wasn't an embassy? I think it was an embassy where the fucking SAS killed themselves on fire and still went in and finished the fucking job anyway.
Yeah.
Sounds like them, yeah.
Oh, dear.
So are we reading these statistics as well now?
Yeah, let's have a look at the number, at just some basic ones. Privately owned guns and
zoom that in a touch.
Yep.
There.
So civilian
the number
guns. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I got it. The number of privately owned firearms in 2017 in Thailand was 10,342,000. In 2007, it was 10 million. So not a huge change over 10 years. The rate of civilian firearms. Oh, privately owned firearms. Here we are. Yep. 2017 comparison of the number of privately owned guns in 206 countries ranked Thailand number 13. So yeah, they're probably way above Canada.
Yeah.
Per 100 population, they're number 45. So that's weird.
Number of registered firearms per 100, 9.09. Hold on. Need to have a look at.
So that. All right, I'm just
here we are.
Registered
estimated number of unregistered and illicit firearms. 4 million.
Okay, now that's kind of a from the American perspective, since you don't have to register all of your firearms as long as you legally purchase them.
Yeah.
That's
Or manufactured your own.
And it's just like this is a bullshit number. Why should anybody pay attention to that?
Yeah. Student history points out that the SAS individuals that were set on fire was one sergeant in the Iranian embassy siege.
Yes, that sounds about
right. About that.
Yep.
After we're done with this one, we'll have a quick look at what's been going on in Uvalde.
And so just a comparison, the government number of firearms for Thailand is 1,052,815.
So that's about a quarter of the estimated unregistered ones.
So I would like to point out that Thailand has 3 times the amount of registered firearms as Australia per 100.
Oh wow!
In Australia, it's 3 point something.
And now here's an interesting statistic. Looking at their number of gun deaths, it's constantly declining. Constantly. From 1994, and then there's a big gap to 2000.
I mean, I'd like to know what in the actual fuck went on in 2003.
Yeah, and...
Wasn't there a war in Thailand? Or some sort of insurrection or something? About that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, actually, let's look at those male and female gun deaths real quick.
Okay.
You see why I be doing ones like Bez, what's America's if you know. Isn't it like 200 and something guns per 100 people in America?
Closer to 300. I think it's pretty much like 3 guns for every person in the States or something, and that's just the registered ones.
I don't think it's 3 yet, but it's somewhere between 2 and 3. It's definitely over 2.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. That's interesting. So
the estimate of civilian firearms per 100 persons in the United States is 120.5.
Nah, that's way too low.
Yeah.
That's registered.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of how registration is unconstitutional.
Holy shit. Sorry, just the chart I'm looking at, and I'll put the link in chat here in just a second. But this is absolutely insane. Let me get that posted. Okay. The registered firearms in the U.S. is 1.07 million. The unregistered firearms is estimated to be 392.27 million.
So larger than the population.
Yeah, significantly.
I'm looking at the.
I like that though. Here. Australia, 3 point something per 100. Thailand, 9 point something per 100. America, like 200 per 100. God bless America.
Yes.
Because so I decided to pull it up and
let's see where Thailand is on that list.
Rate of civilian possession per 100, 120.5.
Yeah, and Thailand is way down at like 15.
Oh yeah,
15.1. Canada destroys Thailand on gun ownership, which is nice.
Callum Dyson asks, how hard is it to sneak a gun out of the US? Must be easy on the Nicky and Pass. Well, considering that the CIA keeps sending guns to Mexico and what's the other drug-fueled cesspit that they keep sending
California?
guns to?
British Columbia?
Sorry, the drug-fueled cesspit outside the United States that isn't Mexico.
Right.
Because it's Colombia. It's it's Colombia. The CIA.
Colombia,
I'm pretty sure that the CIA is still sending guns to Colombia. Ooh, big knife.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. UCYLB1 Colombia. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Prime Knight says the Second Amendment should be a human right globally. It is.
Yes.
It's just that you have to get governments to acknowledge it.
I mean, can we focus on any human rights at all? Like, just having a single human right would be a nice start.
Yeah.
So before we go on to this one, Bleach, can you open up the two
Yes, sir.
articles that I sent you? We'll start with the
I mean, since it's your show, I guess I could do that.
Let's start with another example of why journalism is a disease that must be eradicated with fire. What the fuck is that title?
This American district has suspended entire school police force. Here's why.
What? You have a police force for your school?
In Uvalde, yes. That is why they were such
they
shit
used to.
stains.
But also, what the fuck is that title? Whoever wrote this article and the editor need to be hung, drawn, fucking quartered, and then pissed on. Who wrote this? Whichever idiot wrote this needs to be hung. Well, I'd be embarrassed to put my fucking name to that abomination too.
It's just listed as Reuters.
Reuters should be ashamed.
Well, that explains it then.
Yeah.
Even when they're wrong, Reuters is at least better than that usually.
Usually, but yeah.
Okay. The school district in Uvalde, Texas, suspended its entire police force on Friday, pending the outcome of a probe following the mass shooting in May that killed 19 students and 2 teachers, the district said in a statement. The district said it suspended all activities of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department for a period of time. The police force consisted of 5 officers and 1 security guard, according to its website. And just for those who aren't watching, I'll read the signs here in this image. If you did not do your job, give up your badge. Agreed. Protect and serve.
Who? Yourself?
Yourself. Okay, I guess they're trying to be snarky. The district is awaiting the results of an investigation led by the Texas Police Chiefs Association and an outside firm into the shooting at Robb Elementary School, expected to be released later this month. The district said it decided to suspend the police force because recent developments have uncovered additional concerns with department operations.
There were more concerns?
Yeah.
What's the 20 dead kids not enough concerns?
No, clearly.
I guess they probably want to look into why it took them so long to get the parents handcuffed as well. The district also said that as a result of the recent developments, 1 officer, Lieutenant Miguel Hernandez, was placed on administrative leave. Ken Mueller, the director of student services, was also placed on admin leave and will retire, district said in its statement. In other words, he's dodging anything that could end up blowing back on him. The school district declined to provide more information about the suspension and the state of department operations. The department was not available for comment. The police department has been under investigation for its response to the shooting in May, including delays by officers in reaching the gunman while he was holed up in a classroom. The school district said it requested additional officers from the Texas Department of Public Safety to provide campus security. Pete, I'm an absolute fucking retard, who led the small police force tasked with patrolling school grounds, was fired as police chief in August. Yay. He faced fierce criticism for law enforcement's reaction. The suspension of the police force comes more than a week after parents of children who survived the shooting sued the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, former officials, the manufacturer of the gun used in the massacre, stupid,
okay, that's bullshit,
and others. Yeah. Uvalde officials came under scrutiny after nearly 400 law enforcement officers waited outside school classrooms. 400!
400, and all of them, and this is the thing I keep wanting to beat on, they were all being told, no, the chief's in charge, chief's in charge, you need to, just wait for orders. And it's like, fucking A.
Came under scrutiny of nearly 400 law enforcement officers waited outside school classrooms for more than an hour before confronting and killing the shooter. In July, the Texas legislature released a report blaming their response on systemic failures and poor leadership. You can take the systemic failures out. This was all poor leadership.
Yeah. Also,
I think that inaction allowed for the death toll to grow higher.
That previous paragraph. oh, nearly 400 law enforcement officers waited outside for more than an hour before confronting and killing the shit. No, 400 law enforcement officers sat around with their dicks in their hands, masturbating over dead children, until fucking...
and sanitizing their gloves.
Yeah, until Border Patrol went, you know what? This Arredondo can fuck off and die.
You mean doing the jobs, yeah.
Yeah, and went, yeah.
Yep. The school district in Uvalde has been suspended its entire police force, depending on the outcome of a probe of the mass shooting. Killed 19 students and 2 teachers.
It's all basically the same thing, I think, Bleach.
Yeah. Let's see. School leaders put 2 members of the district on school department on administrative leave. 1 will retire. Remaining officers will be reassigned to other jobs in the district.
Oh, I don't
they're all
fucking think
desk
so.
jobs because they're not fucking fit for anything else.
Oh, God, yeah.
I honestly want this to go to the Supreme Court, because this is such an egregious fuck-up that this might overturn the case law that says that police don't have the obligation to protect you.
Yep.
This is so egregious that they might actually get that fucking reversed. I want our dumb fuck sued personally, professionally, and up his arsehole all the way to the Supreme Court so that they can change the case law. And then I want him hung for treason.
Before you scroll any further, Bleach, I just want to point something out. The caption underneath this picture says, protesters have demanded accountability, blah, blah. But what's more important is the guy in the left of the picture. Look at what his shirt says.
Oh my God.
Uvalde strong for gun safety.
Yeah,
you these fucking clown. What is wrong with you?
Well, if you can see this, stupid retard looks like. Well, I thought it was the woman.
That's a soy jack.
My child's tomorrow.
What's the difference?
You owning a damn gun? No, fuck you. Fuck your kid. I don't care about that. These people are not locals.
I'm sorry.
Willing to bet.
Who were the armed people that actually tried to get in to save the kids? And who were the 400 goddamn cowards that sat around doing nothing?
Yeah.
You know what? The left's right. Let's not just defund. Let's disband all police. Just fuck it. Throw them all out. They're clearly useless.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd just like to point out that I'm pretty sure, excuse me, that I speak for at least the 4 of us, and probably a bunch of the people watching. If we had been aware of this situation, living in Uvalde, and owned a gun, I'm fairly certain every single one of us would have been down there trying to help.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be going in there and fucking murdering the cunt. But
well, it wouldn't be murder in that case.
No, you just take your 18-inch bayonet and give him what for.
It really depends on whether I got there in time to save my kid, because if I didn't...
Yeah. I'm going to take my war crime gun, and I'm going to clear this room.
Going in and capturing the guy.
Yeah.
And breaking him on a wheel? Nope.
Yeah. There's another issue I have here, too, that the statement did not specify. Just scroll back a little touch.
Yes, sir.
The statement did not specify how long campus police operations would remain suspended. But, children's safety isn't going to be compromised.
They might as well remain suspended forever, because it's not like they did any fucking good when they were working.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Bleach, could you flick to the next article I sent you?
Yes, sir.
Callum Deaton in chat says he just wants to see a shield wall of spears marching down the street towards these protesting idiots.
That would be kind of
I would personally rather see, Putin going full invasion.
I mean, I bet Putin would have gone in with a gun if his kid was in there.
Oh, this guy looks intimidating.
Well, for starters, that's allegedly
I don't know.
female.
It's almost impossible to tell anymore. Come on.
Go away with your fucking commercial. Fine. We're not watching that.
Oh, God, it's that abomination, too.
Yes.
There are many things wrong with that show, not least of which is Matt Smith's sorry excuse for armor.
Somebody named their daughter Crimson.
Yes.
Speaking of stripper names.
Uvalde consolidated independent, bullshit lying sack of weasel shit school district police fired a newly hired officer on Thursday after CNN identified her as one of the officers under investigation for her actions during the Uvalde school massacre in May. Crimson, here, put $1 in my gun belt. Elizondo was one of the state troopers who arrived at Robb Elementary within 2 minutes of the gunman entering last May. She is seen in her DPS uniform, handgun.
Oh, I'm going to be sexist in a minute. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be sexist
No,
here.
no. Handgun drawn.
Women should not be put in positions of authority because it was probably partly her indecision as to what to do that caused part of this.
I don't think police should be put in positions of authority.
What's that, Besser?
Fair.
I don't think police should be put in positions of authority. Because I've never met a useful cop.
Nothing else.
That's it. That's all the cops are for. So they can defend themselves while they scrape the bad guy off my porch. Because if they don't need a shovel to pick him up, he must be wearing body armor.
Bertha, get the flamethrower. There's a guy at the door.
Yeah, that's when you make sausages for the pigs.
Right. Oh. So, I have a couple of questions that the article might get into because I haven't read it. I just found it on when I was googling the other ones. I'm like, what the actual fact? Right. So in May, the stupid bitch was working for the Texas Department of Public Safety. And then for some reason, in October, she didn't have a job with the Department of Public Safety? Question mark? Did no one think to question that? Especially considering that the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety could quite possibly rip our dumb fuck's cold, lifeless heart out of his chest and feed it to him?
So, Elizondo, one of the first 91 DPS officers to arrive, 376, yada, 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 with dead, dying, and traumatized victims before he was stopped. Response, okay, yeah, we got that. Let's see. She no longer works for DPS. During the summer, she was hired as a police officer for Uvalde, where her role was to protect some of the very same children. Elizondo wisely declined to speak to CNN, because, well, fuck CNN. School district issued a statement announcing her termination effective Thursday. We are deeply distressed by the information that disclosed yesterday evening concerning one of our recently hired employees, Crimson. The statement district said, we sincerely apologize for the victims' families and greater Uvalde community. For the pain that it caused. Elizondo's statement in the audio is not consistent with the district's expectations. So just to refresh everyone, what she supposedly, what was caught on audio, if my son had been in there, I would have not been outside, she said. I promise you that. But because it wasn't her kid, she didn't care.
Outstanding. Yep. Cool. Right. So we're going to revoke that Supreme Court ruling, and then we're going to apply the same rule to police that we do to soldiers. Cowardice in the face of the enemy is a hanging offense.
Yep. So she was. This came to light. Let's see. However, Uvalde School District was informed on July 28th, so barely a month and a couple days after the incident at Uvalde. Elizondo was subject to investigation by the department's Officer of Inspector General. Actions inconsistent with training and department requirements. It's not clear whether the letter which actions were under investigation. There she is, hiding outside. When Uvalde CISD wanted to recruit 10 more officers after 29th attack. So, what, they could turn them all into fucking cowards? It did not specifically announce hiring Elizondo, though names and photos of her and 4 other officers, 1 lieutenant and 1 security guard, were on its website under the banner, Keep Uvalde Safe. superintendent told a special town hall meeting that at least 33 DPS officers would also be deployed to the district's 8 schools. Okay, so hopefully more competent officers. After the initial concern by residents that failed to stop the killing, tasked with school security, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah. Let's see. Inner position.
Oh, the last line of that paragraph might be germane.
Ah, yes.
Uh,
And actually, if you would, Arden, take over
the,
for a bit.
I will absolutely. Brett Cross, a parent of one of the kids at Uvalde, told CNN he had been assured the deployed DPS officers would not have been responders to the shooting. Stripper name. In her new position, that restriction does not apply to stripper name. Children and parents walked past her as they headed into the school year at Uvalde Elementary, the new home for the younger students who survived Rob. Some parents, including those who lost children in the massacre, recognized her from the body cam footage. Lovely. We are disgusted and angry at UCISD decision to hire stripper name. Her hiring puts into question the credibility and thoroughness of HR and vetting practices, according to statement from family reps. It made them uneasy. Gee, I can't imagine why. Yet another reminder of the day. They did not know that she was under investigation. It's also unclear if the school district knew of the investigation when she was hired. Well, you'd think you'd go and check references. The statement from family representatives calls for all department officers to be suspended pending a third-party investigation, and its results must be released to the public as well as families of the victims. Our children have been taken from us. We will not stop fighting until we have answers, and we ensure the safety of the children in our community is the top priority, the statement said. Cross, the legal guardian of some child named Garcia, one of the children killed, says he is disgusted by what the district has done. He's absolutely appalled, he told Anderson Cooper, and says the school board met with him and offered to pull such officers to off-campus roles. He says he will continue to hold a vigil outside the school board offices until all officers are suspended, preferably fired, I would think. The district and its staff have not responded to emails and calls, and a personal approach from CNN about this story. Texas DPS, the state body that helps local law enforcement in major incidents, announced an internal review into its employees who responded to Rob. Sources familiar with the investigation confirmed to CNN that Elizondo is one of 7 officers whose conduct is being investigated by DPS, but neither their names nor their actions or inactions have been made public. We've all seen the footage. In a redacted internal memo to the organization's director obtained by CNN, DPS cited actions which may be inconsistent with training and requirements as the reason for the officers being referred to for investigation. Sources familiar with the inquiry told CNN that Elizondo was not properly equipped and said to investigators that she was not comfortable going inside the school without her gear. Interesting, because you seem to be holding all the gear you really need right there. A radio and a gun.
So what, she was wanting a fucking tank?
I guess she was hoping for
Full on
armor
ATV.
and a couple of other cops to hide behind. Footage from body cams and those of other officers seen by CNN show Elizondo arriving at the outskirts of the school as one of the first officers to respond to the report of an armed man at Rob. She gets out of her official vehicle, but does not retrieve any body armor or her long gun, as officers are trained to do. She does not approach the school, but stays with officers from other agencies outside the fence until a call comes over the radio, shots fired inside the building. She then runs with other officers to the eastern end of the building that housed connecting classrooms 111 and 112. Soon after, responding officers are told that shooter is contained in a room on the west side. After that, there plays out on the recordings the more than 1 hour of confusion and delay and cowardice before anyone goes to help the trapped staff and students in rooms 111 and 112, a catalog of errors that has become part of the Uvalde tragedy. Elizondo walked inside the building briefly, but mostly stood outside. As officers prepared for what became the final breach, she offered to help a colleague and went to gather supplies for him. She was away from the school when the gunman was shot and killed. And what was that about cowardice in the face of the enemy? Within moments, the camera recordings show the hallway where so many had stood became a scene of carnage as officers got students out of the classrooms and assessed their injuries. Elizondo was soon there, urging students to go if they were able, and not to look at their injuries or the blood on the floor. She comforted one boy as an officer checked his wounds, telling him time and again that she was there with him, that he would be okay, and that his parents would soon be told.
Oh.
Useless twat. Footage showed she traveled to the hospital in a school bus with students who were shot and traumatized, again helping to take care of them. So you should be an EMT, not a cop. DPS Director Colonel Stephen McCraw said in August, every one of our officers will undergo scrutiny by the DA and an internal investigation. Just because they didn't violate the law does not mean they acted appropriately based on our policy or general moral principles. 2 weeks later, official notes of a meeting showed McCraw telling captains, no one is losing their jobs. You fucking bastard. McCraw told CNN he had been misquoted in the minutes and vowed no one gets a pass. Yeah, there's a big difference in those phrases. Little scroll there, Bleach. Actually, if we want to have a look at that picture.
Yeah.
Elizondo on the right in her new uniform declined to talk to CNN. Gee, I can't imagine why.
I noticed she's got her brown pants on.
No, she's on the right, actually.
That's right.
She's wearing the dark brown pants. Or the dark blue, I would assume.
Pants. Yeah, well, navy, black. Yeah.
McCraw also said he would release all the information when he could, but the local district attorney has asked him not to do so until the criminal investigations are complete, a process he has acknowledged could take years. Prosecutor...
That's bullshit.
Yeah, there's no need for... It's like that thing in
Here's
Thailand.
your investigation.
No investigation.
Here's your investigation. If you were there, and you aren't one of the 4 Bortak guys who went in, we hang you. There's your fucking investigation.
Seems fair, yeah.
And the new chief of the police district can be that woman who got arrested, broke out of her cuffs, and then ran into the school again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the sort of person you want in charge in a situation like this.
We hang Arredondo at least 4 times.
Well, no.
Just 4? One for each death.
Hang him, resuscitate him. Taser him until he falls over, resuscitate him. With the taser if possible. Pepper spray him, and then draw and quarter him while pepper spraying his innards. And then I think maybe we should do something harsh. Prosecutor Christina Mitchell-Busby will charge anyone who has committed a crime at Robb Elementary, including law enforcement officers. It's not about whether or not they committed a crime. It's about whether or not they did their fucking jobs.
Well, I think for starters...
This is the problem.
I think for starters, Arredondo gets, 21 counts of felony murder.
Oh, yeah.
Seems fair.
But
definitely abetting.
This is the problem I'm running into. Charge anyone who committed a crime. So basically,
yeah, you better mean officers,
she's going
bitch.
after parents.
That's a good point.
Because
that will end extremely badly for her if she does try that.
Yeah,
you could probably make a case for a lot of resisting arrests, obstructing justice charges.
Oh yeah, because
no, if there's any obstruction charges, it should be on any dipshit cop that touched a fucking parent.
Well,
because the police weren't engaged in fucking justice.
Not the way the law is written.
I don't give a shit how the law's written.
Yeah, I hear
I am the king, and you will do as I fucking say.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's that?
Callum Dayton says, "Leave this to the 8th Legion. We will bring compliance and order." I'm sure that's a Warhammer 40k reference that I don't understand, but I don't care. As long as it brings order, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. So something else to look at. So the stupid stripper and 59,715 in the Department of Public Safety, and her new salary is not known. But a job posting for a similar role has a lower salary range from 41,000 to 59,000. Oh, right. So, despite having a job that had her in the immediate district of the school, for some reason she took a $10,000+ pay cut to work for the school district. Now, that does not seem like a voluntary choice to leave the DPS right there.
No,
that's kind of questionable, huh?
That sounds like getting your ass fired because the head of DPS wants to eat you.
and this is one of those the fog of news at times. But I swear I read something where she'd been either suspended or fired from the DPS position after only being on the job for like 2 months. And then
It
she
says
just
the silly bitch
rides
joined
back
the
in.
department in 2018.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess it was the fired after being at Uvalde for about 2 months, which makes more sense.
She was at Uvalde for 2 months, despite the fact that they knew since July that the bitch was under investigation for being a useless fucking piece of shit.
It's just... Yep.
Mm.
I swear it's like they just keep up with the absolute worst of society and just keep giving them positions of power.
Now that's it. Like, it's rapidly getting to the point where if I was given the choice between hanging out with a drug dealer and the average cop, I'd choose the fucking drug dealer.
Yep.
The last two lines here, I think, are germane as well, because it really points out why maybe you don't want a woman in this sort of position. They're talking about the job posting that she's for a similar role lists mental and physical demands of the position, including an ability to effectively deal with personal danger, which may include sudden exposure to armed persons under intense threatening conditions, which, is generally being a cop.
Yeah. Do you want to
on May
read Callum
24th,
Dayton's comment real quick, because it ties into that?
here's a question I keep thinking about all of these stories. When did this all start going wrong? When did our standards slip to the point where we are now?
When we started allowing
the NFA?
women... Well, that too. Well, the problem started
the
before
NFA
that.
and the 19th Amendment, maybe? Sound about right?
Well, see, the 19th Amendment came first, then the NFA, so it's a cascading effect.
Hold on, wasn't the problem the 14th Amendment, or am I getting confused?
You're getting confused.
Which was the one that let women vote?
14th. 19th.
Yeah, 19th.
Ah, I see.
I'm curious, what was the 14th Amendment?
That's
okay, it'll be up on Google faster. Addresses many aspects of citizenship and the rights of citizens.
Yeah, which unfortunately,
equal protection.
You're born on the soil, then you get to be a citizen.
Which is
anchor baby.
Some special kind of bullshit.
Yeah. And the last line here, which absolutely proves my point as far as I'm concerned. On May 24th, as she rode the school bus back to Robb Elementary from the hospital, she told another officer, "Nothing could prepare you for what they brought out. It was horrible. Bitch, this is your fucking job. You would have been trained to deal with shit like this.
Also,
did you
it's
not
your
pay attention in
fucking
class?"
fault. Well, clearly she didn't, because she's been fired from 2 jobs.
Yeah.
Well, and this is
Never
one of those things.
Given the second one.
I know a lot of cops who've done basically casualty simulations, and it's to kind of make them a little bit immune to the initial shock of something this horrific. And
well, that's actually something that the military has taught us. You can train someone to compartmentalize for a time. Oh, what do they fucking call this? If you've seen the SEAL team.
Yeah, compartmentalization. You're thinking.
Yeah,
of.
if you've seen the SEAL team TV show with
more of a guy
Warriors,
thing than a woman thing.
Ignore and override.
Yep.
The military can teach soldiers to ignore and override. Granted, it causes them immensely fucked up issues when they leave the military, but when they're doing their job, it works. Like the military has gotten really, really good at getting people to push through terror and complete the task. The adapting back to civilian life, that's only seemed to have gone worse, but...
Well, I blame that in large part by the way current demobilizations happen. It's like, oh, you're back on native soil. Okay, bye. It's like, no, you probably need to spend about a month going, on base, not going back, back home, back to your civilian lives, even if they're regular military. It's like, oh, you get to go home to your wife and kids. No, you need to spend a month going through basically declining military drills and whatnot.
Yeah, but while still having
decompression.
them, decompress them.
Yep.
But yeah, to answer Callum's question, when did this really start going wrong? When the police, the military, fire department, etc., brought in a male fitness standard and a female fitness standard, rather than having the fitness standard for a soldier, or the fitness standard for a cop, or the fitness standard for a firefighter. No, fuck off.
Yep.
If this is what a man needs to be able to do the job effectively, a woman should be able to do it too. The fact that most women can't do that, no one shouldn't fucking matter. That's a them problem. If they can't do it, they need to go to the fucking gym and nut up. Not drag the fucking standards so fucking low that a fucking 6-year-old boy could pass it.
And I think it's worth pointing out that it's old history, but the Prussians and the German Empire, back before they became cowardly Nazis, what they had a requirement that you had to be at least Graffier level, so basically a private first class from your mandatory military service before you could even apply for civil service jobs, especially the police forces. So they had to have some degree of military training and discipline to be included as a candidate to apply for a policing job.
Yeah, after the First World War, the Newfoundland Ranger Force was formed. It's basically essentially the same as, say, the Texas Rangers. And their entry requirements required you to be of a certain height and a certain weight. I believe it required you not to be married. So it was basically saying you need to be ready to, go fuck shit up and maybe die.
Hold on a sec, guys.
Seems
the
like,
chat's whining about
robotic.
audio quality. So you sound fine to me, but which is odd. But I'll just drop out of the call and jump back in.
Going from around the globe through Australia back out.
Yeah. Could be worse. I mean, we could be dealing with a Norwegian.
On a boat.
Hi, Trim, wherever you are.
Are you talking about crackling or cackling? We can laugh maniacally.
The crackling is Arden's, not an ungrounded abomination of an audio setup.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, you see why I'd be the one. It's the same thing, whining or reporting issues. Yeah, I just... The whole Uvalde thing just... it constantly has me going back to... We should not be... One, we don't need this large of a police force in general. And more importantly, I think it just speaks to the fact that training doesn't account for dick if they don't do basically traumatic experiences.
Yeah, not to mention, apparently there was so little crime going on that 370 cops could sit around with their dicks in their hands. Really? Mm-hmm. If that's the case, you can get rid of 360 of those cops.
Yep. Shall we move on? Because I think this could just go down a rabbit hole of just rage.
Indeed.
Want me to read some more? Or?
That would be appreciated.
Okay. Let me just lay something aside here. Want me to read the headline there?
Well, I mean, it would give
Scroll
context, but
past
you're
it, I didn't see
slow.
it. So. I know, I'm trying my best, damn it, but this lag is kicking my ass. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it.
It's Newfoundland time.
Yes. Supreme Court vacates controversial Massachusetts gun control law. The Massachusetts gun control law places strict restrictions on the ability to purchase and possess handguns. Oh, so this is a bit of a white pill.
Yes.
The Supreme Court ordered a lower court ruling on a Massachusetts gun control law to be vacated and directed a lower court to reconsider the case. The case in question, Moran versus Liver, or Moran, not Moran, sure, centers around a controversial Massachusetts law that imposes strict restrictions on the possession and purchase of handguns, including the need for a license in order to purchase or possess a pistol. Ooh, I like that. The law also includes a lifetime ban
to purchase or possess a pistol at all. Oh yeah, no, in fact, that was surviving.
No.
The law also includes a lifetime ban on purchasing handguns on anyone convicted of a non-violent misdemeanor involving the possession or use of guns.
Well, I'm
jaywalking.
that's one of those. You could get a reckless ticket, get charged, plea no contest, so it's just a fine, but it's a misdemeanor in Massachusetts, say. And this is not an accurate example, but I'm trying to go through this.
Yeah.
You can do that, and then because you've got a pistol in your car, locked in a secured, you get a gun charge. That gets dropped, but because you still plead no contest to the misdemeanor, you lose your right for firearms. Get fucked.
The U.S. District Court of Massachusetts originally found the law constitutional, but the Supreme Court on Monday ordered that ruling vacated. Well, it's Massachusetts.
It's Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah, mass of two shits. There's a reason they call it that. And the case
remanded
remanded
also
to
called massholes.
Massholes. Yeah. And the case remanded to the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit for further consideration in light of New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Inc. versus Bruin, aka the Bruin decision. I like that one too. The man making $20,000 selling 3D printed gun parts. The case, a 6-3 ruling earlier this year, struck down a New York law that required people to demonstrate proper cause to obtain a concealed handgun permit. Yeah. The constitutional right to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than the other Bill of Rights guarantees. Justice, God love him, Clarence Thomas, wrote for the majority at the time. You know of no other constitutional right that an individual may exercise only after demonstrating to government officers some special need. Connecticut sued by guns right.
No, that's basically good old Clarence being wording very professionally. Proper cause, America bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yeah, and I want to always point out, Justice Thomas was the guy that old Joe Tato harassed no end, brought up all this racial bullshit.
And they enjoy the races.
Guess what? Corn Pop's back, bitch.
Justice Clarence Corn Pop Thomas.
Corn Pop was a rad dude.
The case was considered a landmark ruling by the court, opening up the potential for new challenges to state and local restrictions on guns. Monday's order to vacate the lower court ruling and have the case reheard was unsigned by the justices, and there were no dissents. Supreme Court began its new term Monday and is expected to make decisions on key cases surrounding voting rights, affirmative action, and religious freedom. Oh, if it would be nice if they would take affirmative action off the books too.
Oh yeah,
affirmative action is clearly a violation of the Anti-Discrimination Act. Get out.
Yeah. I think it even violates the 14th Amendment now that we actually discussed the 14th a little while ago about equal treatment under the law.
I'm pretty sure it violates several amendments.
Student
and the actual original Bill of Rights.
Justice Clarence Thomas, the tanky Terminator.
Yeah. Well, with the fact that this order was unsigned and no dissent, I'm thinking this is just a basically court-issued document rather than a fully, since it's been sent back to the lower court, So it's like not really a full court decision.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like this isn't completely accurate. I know that straight up. It sounds more like a summary judgment kind of thing where they don't need to sit. It's just like take one look at it and go, well, according to this, it's bullshit. Get out.
Yep. Yes. There are reasons why things like this need to be just celebrated, no end. And yeah, we've got a quick article from Prime Night, sadly going on the complete opposite end of this loveliness, but then this is for another country, not the United States. The Swedish government is ready to further increase punishment for gun crimes, unless you're an illegal.
It doesn't matter how harsh the punishment is if you never actually fucking arrest someone.
Yeah. On the 1st of January, the penalties for serious offenses will be increased. Even before new legislation is entered into force, Justice Committee demands that the government urgently comes up with proposals for further tightening. You know, this is just painful. Let's see. Our whole approach is that we have to get these
Prime
weapons off the
says
streets.
it's from 2017. He posted due to the top pick from police raid. Yeah, scroll up to that pic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then this is old news.
Yeah, but we can see that those increased penalties have done jack shit, since Sweden still has the highest rate of gun crime in Europe. Hell, I think their rate of gun crime is greater than all of Europe put together. Excluding maybe Russia.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, if somebody wants to pull up those stats, they're more than welcome. And yeah, put them in live shows, and we can take a look. But yeah, speaking of Texas, Texas teen arrested for storming into hospital nursery, strangling 2 newborns, and attacking staff. Yeah. This is the bright, evil eyes of white supremacy shining through and male privilege.
But before we get into it, can we scroll back to that headline?
Yeah.
Texas teen. Right. Teen, huh? Cool. And how old was he? Oh, 18, a legal
19.
adult. I see. Yeah. So the Independent's lying again. Good job.
Yes. The Independent, the all the news that you need to ignore.
Independent, completely independent of any thought.
And because it's the Independent, I have to do a little crunching of things, but oh, fuck's sake. There we go. Thank you, Archive.
Yep. Fuck your paywall.
18-year-old man in Texas was arrested after he allegedly stormed a hospital nursery and began strangling newborns and assaulting staff members. Law and Crime reports that Marcus Dwayne McCowan, Jr., was charged on Monday with several felonies, including 2 counts of attempted first-degree capital murder.
Capital murder, that's actually the death penalty in Texas.
Yes. God bless Texas. The Odessa Police Department detailed the incident in a press release. According to the department, officers responded to an incident at the Odessa Regional Medical Center in Texas. Wow, gee, really in Texas? The staff at the hospital reported a man had forced his way into a nursery and began assaulting patients and staff. Local ABC affiliate KMID obtained an affidavit described the alleged events at the hospital. According to the affidavit, Mr. McCoward was at the hospital because his girlfriend was in labor. Witnesses say the affidavit was acting an odd and unreasonable prior to the attack. He reportedly grabbed a nurse's arm, made an unintelligible statement, so Ebonics, and was taken and asked to leave the hospital. He then began allegedly running back and forth in the hall. The man allegedly began staring at a mother and her newborn and later shoved nurses to the ground and tried to gain access to a nursery which was locked. When that did not work, he allegedly grabbed the newborn mother's baby. Sorry.
Try that again, the newborn mother's baby.
Sorry, I'm having a giggle fit now. And fled to the lactation room where he reportedly began strangling a baby. Nurses told K-Mid that they saw the baby's face turn blue and noted the police chased the man into the lactation room. A nearby therapist noted the struggle and saw Mr. McCoward eventually force his way into the nursery. He allegedly began strangling another baby in the nursery, and the therapist tried to calm him down. Oh, well, that's just fucking wonderful. Oh, well, gee, how are you feeling about strangling the fucking baby?
Oh, I know. He should feel a red-hot piece of lead go through his shop.
According to the therapist, Mr. McCoward then lifted the baby and said, "Die," and making a move as though he was going to throw it to the ground. The therapist intervened, did the only damn thing worthwhile that he did.
The therapist was the only person who did anything at all. Nurses did nothing, the hospital security did nothing, and the police weren't even there until it was all over.
They don't mention it, but I'm willing to bet this therapist was not female.
I'm willing to bet. Let's see. The therapist intervened, attempted to bring Mr. McCoward to the ground while supporting the baby's head to prevent further injury. Eventually, hospital security yeah, they're not all that great, let me tell you, and helped restrain Mr. McCoward. When police arrived, McCoward was reportedly began struggling with them and attempting to, taking him into custody. McCoward was arrested and sent to the Ector County Jail. He's charged with attempted murder, also possession of a controlled substance, attempted to take a weapon from an officer, assault of a public servant, resisting arrest, criminal trespass, assault. The charge alleged controlled substances was from a THC vape pen found on his person. Well, I mean, vaping.
Yeah, because those violent stoners.
Yeah, the issue isn't the THC, it's the vape.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone who vapes who isn't a complete fucking loser.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest an amendment to the Texas law for this. If he is convicted of capital murder, no electric chair, no lethal injection. Give him 20 minutes with the fathers of the babies he assaulted. See how that works out for him.
Alternatively, because I like retribution, garroting is a recognized form of capital punishment.
I mean, fair, but I think I would rather see him broken on the wheel and then have to be in a room full of vape smoke until he dies. Just saying, just vaped to death, I think would be a good thing for him.
Yeah, I honestly don't think the issue here is THC. Being myself an extreme stoner and having associated with a lot of stoners, you don't get a lot of violent people on pot.
No, typically.
Yeah, not. And unless they mix it with some other weird shit.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he was probably on something else, and the THC vape pen just happened to be in his pocket.
I'm thinking meth, honestly. Just
from
the way he's acting.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he's on, because he's acting strange, makes unintelligible statements, and then running back and forth. That's.
I mean, that just sounds like a black man.
Possibly. the thing that really irritates me more than anything else is that nurses are telling people that they saw the baby's face turn blue. Why the fuck were you that inactive? You were
Because they're
watching
women
this?
and they're useless by nature.
Yep.
I can't imagine. I mean, I grew up around women who would never stand for something like this.
Well, you grow up around women, not blue-haired, shrieking idiots.
Fair point. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a few other things to say about this young dipshit. One, he's 18, and his side hoe has just given birth. Cool. So you're a 17-year-old loser that knocked up your 17 or 18 or 14-year-old loser fucking broad. And I bet both you and your stupid baby mama have the same fucking problem as your kids are now going to have. Their father is either absent, in prison, or dead.
And yeah, this guy's just like, really? What the fuck is so wrong with you that it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go assault a kid.
Multiple.
Yeah, and anything else. Yeah,
Yeah, personally, I don't think this guy should. Well, I mean, it's probably not personally. I'm pretty sure there are other people who agree with me. This guy should not have survived long enough to be arrested.
Oh, absolutely. Should have had his throat cut, but with a scalpel.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, around little children, you don't necessarily want to spray blood around them.
Well, but they're infants. They're not
femoral artery.
Yeah, but I mean, a certain stabbing them in the kidney or, aiming for the spinal cord.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, but you don't bleed out fast enough if you go for the kidney.
Maybe spine.
Yeah, I was really thinking more about the spinal cord, honestly. Instant paraplegia has a tendency to slow people down.
Oh, there's just a rather strange thought. It's like, oh, you do that, but you don't do it to kill him, just to disable him. And now he's going to be having to, piss in a bag the rest of his life. That almost sounds worse.
Just to point out to chat, I'm only saying that, no, I'm not trying to imply that THC would ever make you violent. I'm just pointing out that I've never seen a lot of violent stoned people. I've seen a couple, but generally there are other drugs involved.
And no, I'm pretty sure, well, usually what I would do, I'm saying that no amount of THC does that. And I think Billy's also agreeing weed does not make you kill babies. And for some reason, Billy's bringing the race of the babies into it. I don't give a shit if the babies are black, brown, or purple.
And there is no...
It's a baby. It's done nothing yet.
Yeah. I don't think there was any indication of the race of all the babies. One that turned blue, obviously, would probably have been white, but...
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like nobody... It's like you've got a psychopath that's hopped up on tons of shit.
Yeah.
And it's like...
But that 2 counts of attempted capital murder. Ooh boy. Yep, that's a death penalty.
I'm just looking at the picture. This guy's just, he's
Can you say fetal alcohol syndrome?
I think he needs fatal alcohol syndrome.
That too. But I would put serious money on that dirtbag having the same
Could you translate that from Australian, please?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. What's
Billy,
the old phrase for
we're
like
not suggesting you
80s?
wouldn't do it with your bare hands, but the thing I was thinking about was if it was a nurse, for example, grab a scalpel and go after the guy. Hell, grab a pen and go after the guy.
Hell, grab a keyboard off of the medical carts.
Smash him in the head with a monitor. Defib the guy.
Yeah, that's like...
You see why Beta 1 does point out, if the dude was white and the babies were anything else, we would know their race. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuck New York.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Oh
relevant.
no, not statistics. Anything but statistics.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh jeez, no. No, the stream is still going. We're just yeah.
Oh, that was an accidental segue.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh no, not statistics.
that's just
Heaven forbid we should tell the truth.
wow. And but the thing that is really sad. It's like most of the victims that are black too. It's like 58%. It's like stop killing your own. Stop fucking killing your own. This is just no.
I love the use of the phrase "black dominance."
Oh,
Not too sure about methodological snafus though. That's a bit much.
Yeah. This is just
yeah.
What they mean by methodological snafus is, despite a bunch of racist police departments not reporting who was murdering who, it's still this bad for blacks.
I was watching I think it was Gothics, watching her do a breakdown on it was like a marketing video. It was like, towards the black families, and they're going through, it's like the statistics of like the 1950s. And it's like that was like the idealized society at the time as far as the marketing was concerned. They're talking about the black communities, they're paying their bills on time, they're very aggressive about making sure they have zero debt, they're very diligent workers, and basically you're racist filth for thinking otherwise. And now we're at the point where the black American community has been so degraded by their own, I'm using the word leaders as loosely as possible, but
Seems fair.
it's like there was a point in time when that was the part of the American society which was gaining the most, and now we're back to this bullshit. This is just, this honestly is probably worse than, all right, I'm going to have to rephrase what I was going to say. It's basically worse than Reconstruction, or maybe a bit before. That's the way. It's there was some pride there. It wasn't false pride. It wasn't hubris. It was a very dedicated community towards their betterment. Because hey, we're doing better. We'll show those racists we're going to improve our lives and live better than they do. And that's the way it always should have been. But no, fucking LBJ came in with his little we'll keep them voting for 100 years bullshit, and just destroying black communities, and that's unacceptable. And this is the thing Democrats always fucking do. There, I've been very mild.
Something else I'll point out about this statistics table that just occurred to me, or just kind of caught my eye. Apparently, Native Hawaiians don't kill anybody and are never killed. It's all zeros all the way across the board.
Well, I mean, if you lived in an island paradise.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't
it? Hawaii is not an island paradise. Have you seen that, guys?
To be fair,
did you see
that?
To be fair,
I'm pretty sure when chicken and waffles are involved.
That's really the crime of the cause of crime in the United States: chicken and waffles.
Blame it all on the soul food. Alan Dayton says he mates with commies. Oh no, sorry, he means hates commies.
He says he hates commies, hates Confederates, and hates slavers.
So
that's an awful lot of ways to say Democrat.
Yeah. I personally absolutely agree. I've said before, and I'll probably say again, that if there were a modern crusade called for going and destroying every single slaving society on the planet, I'd be down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Revive the West Africa Squadron. Fucking nice. Let's get in on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Show you what Marines really look like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Billy Blogs picked up on the mate versus hate part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can breed them into capitalism.
Alan Dayton a while ago asked, which is braver, video gamer, cop, or random pedestrian? I'm not quite
Dead
sure
rat.
what the context of that is.
I think it's in context of Uvalde. Vaguely.
In context of Uvalde, I would say parent would be braver.
Yes.
I mean, I think
Chat
there's
is having a little bit of infighting.
I think there's some research to suggest that while video games don't cause violence, they do make people better at it.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
reduce
apparently,
they reduce target hesitation.
Because improve reflexes as well.
Not necessarily. Actually, that's less relevant.
Fair.
The thing that it helps, the thing that it overcomes, is the innate reluctance to kill another human. Because in video
that
games,
was proved in training during World War One.
Mm-hmm. In video games, you are essentially rewarded for going, see human, fire.
Yep. Come on, chat. Come on.
Oh, fuck. It doesn't matter which one wins, they're both going to be supper.
Exactly.
It's not...
Come on, chat. It's all on you. Do this.
Billy suggests that program to kill. Not quite, but very close onto it. Because take a look at any modern military nowadays. A large part of their weapons training actually takes place on a light range. They do a lot of paintball and simunitions.
Yep.
Because it's overcoming the innate reluctance to pull the trigger on another human. And like you said, they found this out after World War II. Only something like 2%... No, sorry, it was something like 10% of men fired their gun in the general direction of the enemy. And only like 2% actually put the sights on another human and pulled the trigger.
Yep. It really shocked, and that's why I think they started going to select fire.
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah, because if you wanted accuracy, bolt action is definitely the way to go. But to overcome, if you just kind of pull the trigger in the general direction, you're likely going to get a hit.
Student of History wants to point out that he's listening to this conversation while he's playing Far Cry.
Callum Zayden says, yes, I remember this. Lindy talked about it. This, I think, in one of his videos or somewhere else. Yeah, in fact, I think it's talked about in 2 or 3, but one of them specifically, I can't remember the exact title, but it's like How to Get Men to Kill. And yeah, basically...
Okay, it is Lindy Page.
Yeah, Lindy Page. And yeah, it's basically it's why the military uses, instead of the square targets or the circles, they now use human silhouettes. It's...
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I will point out, at least in Germany and France pre-World War One, they used man-type silhouettes at that time. And I want to say maybe the Bulgarians as well, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, it was proven back at that time that man-shaped silhouettes ease the training process.
Yeah. So yeah, I would suggest that if you took the average gamer who's never fired a gun, so how do you pick a gamer that isn't absolutely fucking terrified of the concept of real guns and has not actually fired one? Because any gamer who isn't scared of guns has usually at least fired one once. Okay, you take a gamer who's never fired a real gun, and and this is just like a vague theoretical exercise, and you gave them a gun and told them that, and they believed it, that there was a terrorist, and he's counting down from 10, and when he hits 10, he's going to detonate his bomb and kill a bunch of people. Average gamer, I would suggest that that the average gamer would be at least 10 to 20% more likely to pull the trigger than just a rando.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly, because there's kind of that reward rush. So yeah, I'm gonna go in there and get some extra points.
Sooner History says, gamer not scared of guns. Hi, Bez. I'm not interested in the fucking American for this conversation. we know Americans like guns. But yes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But and Callum Dayton is correct. Most World War I casualties, which is why they developed the steel helmets, and World War II casualties were caused by artillery. 10% machine guns. It depends on where on the front they were, and
I think
for World War I, I'd say there's more just melee combat kills than actual rifle kills towards the latter part of the war.
World War I stagnated a lot longer in the trenches than World War II did. So, yeah, artillery deaths are going to be much, much higher.
Yep.
Especially because there was a period of time where the dumbasses in British High Command were like, oh shit, now that we've issued these helmets, a bunch of more soldiers are ending up with reported head wounds. Yes, because if they didn't have the helmet, they were reported as head missing.
Mm-hmm. And that, actually, well, this is a whole different tangent I might do on my channel at some point, but yeah, you look at the way the helmets were developed from the early ones where the French were just like these little metal skull caps under their kepis, and it's like, look at that. That's actually somewhat effective, but it was too thin to be good against the larger artillery that was deployed later. So,
Billy said, so FPSs are bad and the MIC training kids to be killers? No, FPSs aren't bad. Because the studies have all shown that it does not increase, violent video games do not increase the amount of violence. Do they make committing the violence easier? Yes. But they don't increase the amount of it.
Yep.
And Billy also says, is that why the US Army has an FPS game? America's Army is one of the 5 most popular PC action games played online. Yes, that is exactly why the US Army has an FPS game. Because it was actually built as a training simulator for the soldiers. And then they're like, oh, fuck, this could be a fantastic recruiting tool if we got 16-year-olds playing this. And my understanding is, if you do well in the game, the recruiters will be like, yes, come talk to us. But also, the US Army has an esports team. The fuck do you think they're doing?
I think, to be honest, a lot of that's just geared towards, like, hey, we can recruit here. You know, it's like, yeah, let's do that. Let's be cool and hip.
What's that? You want them to spend 2 years overcoming their instinctual hesitance on their own time with their own money? Well, fuck, that's a brilliant idea. Theodore says the RAF has an esports team. The RAF has a nonce team. The RAF are nonces. I'm not interested in the fucking RAF. Every time they come up in the news,
they're
being
not
queer
nonces,
again.
they're racist.
Why not both?
Okay, fine. They're racist nonces.
Every time the RAF shows up in the news, they are either being pro-degeneracy, pro-noncery, or pro-racism.
True.
Yep.
Yes, the RAF are nonces now.
Well, I mean, weren't they always though?
Yeah.
And yes, this is the
What
skull
in the-
cap that I was talking about for under the French keppies.
My lord, it's almost as if 2,000-year-old stopping fatal injury to the head technology works well in World War One.
I know. It's just shocking, isn't it? Yeah. Moving
Yeah,
on
piece
to
of shit.
Theodore's like, why are you saying it as one word? Literally everyone else I've ever met spells out the acronym. I'm Australian. In Australia, we have the RAAF, which we still pronounce RAF. Because have you ever met an Australian that uses more syllables than absolutely necessary?
Or-
RAAF, that's 3 syllables. RAF is like 1.5. Or 1 even. It's an Australian thing. Like hell, we even call members of the RAF Raffies. Welcome to Australian Slang. On today's episode of Where the Fuck is Trim When I Need to Confuse Him.
I mean, it sounds like they could also be called raffists.
Rapists? Yeah, that's probably accurate. Okay, so just a heads up for everyone. So, in case it wasn't clear enough earlier, Bezic is horribly diseased.
and not feeling well today either.
Yes. Possibly with the worst plague to ever affect mankind.
Stupidity?
No, the other one.
Communism?
No, that's not just another word for stupidity. But no, the one that Biden promised would have killed me already instead of leaving me suffering. So, unfortunately, as a result of that, my lungs are getting very, very tired, and I'm starting to feel worse as it gets later because it's now nearly 2:30 in the morning. So I'm going to get quieter because I'm getting exhausted.
Okay.
So I'm not dying, well, actually,
You call this living?
It's
History
more
is
like
trying
surviving.
to catch either a ban or a timeout.
But yes, I am just diseased enough to be annoyed, but I am losing my breath, so I'm probably going to be a bit quieter because I'm coughing, spluttering, and sneezing more because, again, it's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So this is why I asked Bleach to run the show today, because
because he thought, I could do a better job despite him being ill. Oh, gosh.
Billy Boggs is like, have you got Lemsip down there? Oh, you mean insipid horse piss? Yeah, we have that, but no one in their right mind touches it.
What the hell is Lemsip?
Oh, it's a vaguely citrus-flavored concoction of paracetamol and poison that tastes approximately like Trudeau has vomited up horse piss.
Okay, so it's basically Neocitrin, just with a different name.
You see why
Serve
I do.
it
I'm just
hot.
like, the common cold. I had it for the first time a few months ago between strep throat and flu. I've had worse. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've had much worse diseases, but unfortunately, 3.5 hours of talking is a bit much with any respiratory virus.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to be coughing and spluttering on mute for a bit. And possibly passing out.
Get yourself something
Meanwhile,
hot to drink.
we'll be vomiting other things up as
Yeah.
Speaking of
without
non-swatch,
mute.
but we'll get to that later.
Oh, the Vatican.
Speaking of places Biden's shit on.
I'll take over
whole
reading
globe
again
at
if you
this
want,
point.
Bleach. Excuse me.
You guys in chat are lucky that I have a hotkey for muting OBS's mic. The poor guys are hearing voice get to suffer through all the coughing, sneezing, and dying.
We get all the wonderful sound effects.
Oh, that was juicy.
That one sounded
All
productive.
right.
So, an American tourist smashes 2 sculptures in the Vatican.
All right. Who wants to take bets on it's either going to be a fucking
California
New
or
Yorker,
New York?
California. I'm also going to throw Florida or Maryland. Those are my 4 choices.
I'm going to say Wisconsin.
Okay, we've got 1 vote for Wisconsin. Chat? How about you? See why
You
I'd be the one who's going
picks Florida, man.
And absolutely is not a state. Sorry, Bessick, you lose this ground.
Oh no, he's responding to Katie
I know,
Lane.
but I
okay.
wanted to make a joke.
Oh, sorry. Stepped all over it.
All right, so
You see why I'd be the one says he was just kidding. It's probably a lefty. Yeah, almost certainly is a lefty. That's why I said Wisconsin. Nobody expects Wisconsin to be full of lefties. So CNN Travel says, just when you thought the summer of tourists behaving badly was over, another person on vacation wrecks another priceless artifact. This time it's the turn of an American tourist who smashed no fewer than 2 ancient Roman sculptures into pieces at the Vatican on Wednesday. The episode took place in the Museo Chiaramonti, part of the Vatican Museums, around lunchtime. The space holds around 1,000 works of ancient statuary and describes itself as one of the finest collections of Roman portraits in the world. 2 of those portraits are now facing an uncertain future after the tourist knocked over one in anger and toppled another as he fled the scene. The man had demanded to see the Pope, according to newspaper Il Messaggero. When he was told he could not, he allegedly hurled one Roman bust to the floor. As he ran off with staff in pursuit, he knocked down another. The 2 works of art have been taken to the... Yeah. Oh, and the tourist riding the moped through Pompeii got absolutely scorched on Twitter. The 2 works of art have been taken to the in-house workshop to be assessed. While around 2,000 years old, they are thought to be secondary works of art rather than famous works, a source told Il Messaggero.
I don't fucking care.
Yeah, no, I don't give a shit either. They're 2,000 years old. Beat the hell out of the guy. That's definitely where corporal punishment should be used. Director of the press office for Vatican Museums, Matteo Alessandrini, told CNN that the American man, around 50 years old, was in the Galleria Chiaramonti corridor, which houses around 100 busts and statues. The busts were affixed to shelves with a nail, but if you pull them down with force, they will come off. He pulled down one and then the other, and the guards came immediately and stopped him and consigned him to the Vatican police, who brought him in for questioning. Around 5:30, he was handed over to the Italian authorities. The 2 busts have been damaged, but not particularly badly. Then why did you say they were smashed, CNN? One lost part of a nose. Yeah, fair. One lost part of a nose and an ear. The head of the other came off the pedestal. Probably easy enough to fix. He said that restoration work had already begun and that they will soon be restored and back at the museum. Fontaine Butorac, who leads pilgrimages to the Vatican and who often visits the Museo Chiaramonti, said one of the beautiful things is that it allows the visitors to get literally face to face with these ancient sculptures. My fear is that with behavior like this, barriers could be put in place. Tourist damaging monuments has been a theme of this summer in Rome. In July, a Canadian tourist was caught carving her name into the Colosseum. Yeah. That's another case of okay. Get the cane.
My first question is she Canadian or fresh Canadian?
Carving her name into the Colosseum, I would say she's probably not a French Canadian. I would say she's probably some Ontario quit from Toronto somewhere. For the record, fuck New York is your version of my fuck Toronto. While American tourists were caught, I'm going to assume that says hurling scooters down the Spanish steps, breaking off pieces in the process. What the fuck is wrong with you people? And I don't mean Americans in general. I mean people in general, breaking off pieces in the process. And a Saudi visitor drove his Maserati down the Spanish. What the hell is wrong with you people? Do you want to check out the link for that hurling scooters?
I can see. Yes, I've got that coming up.
Okay.
But it's like with the Saudi, it's like okay, he hates the West, so therefore he's vandalizing Western history.
Student of history says, "Oh God, it's this bullshit again. First half Dan, now some Serbian content." Yes, that is indeed the best way to refer to Canadians, Europeans. Rome. Oh, is there video? Please tell me there's video.
Oh, Please, 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 please.
Is this? What was this one? Was this the Turkish or was this? No, this was Americans. Okay.
Yeah, these
What?
are the Americans.
What is
I mean,
wrong with your people sometimes? I know, but
there's the.
are you off your fucking gourd? Well, please tell me it's stuck.
Oh, it is.
Oh, that's glorious. Did you think that was a ramp there, Signore? 37-year-old
Then
Saudi.
suddenly they decide to just. God, yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean that is bad. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, these are this marble steps, I think, if I recall correctly.
yeah, yep. Spanish steps are among Rome's most
Travertine.
celebrated monuments. They owe their name to the Spanish embassy at the Holy Seal that hosted the Palazzo in the square below. Went under a 2-year restoration, causing 1.5 million euros.
Mm-hmm. Sponsored by Bulgaria. That's pretty prestigious.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So Saudi man get fucked.
Yeah. What would be done to him in Saudi Arabia for destroying monuments, I wonder? Let's see if a quick Google search will tell me.
I know they like to cut off hands for theft, so I mean, I'm thinking like just cutting off really any part of him.
Just neuter the son of a bitch and make him a eunuch.
But do it with
let's
like
see.
a hammer,
Yeah.
sledgehammer, something like that. I don't know. I'm going to be
grab that
excessively
link for you.
cruel because fuck you. I like history.
So there's a link I found. Saudi strict penalties for violating antiquities and museum laws. Oof. I don't know how much Saudi Arabian money is worth, but the Antiquities, Museums, and Architectural Heritage Law has set penalties for violators reaching up to 3 years imprisonment, which is not nearly enough, and fines of up to 300,000 Saudi rand.
Maybe.
Rukshan?
I just call it Saudi, Saudi oil bucks. So
yeah. The regulation punishes anyone who unlawfully seizes an antiquity owned by the state within. Okay, so that's if you're tomb reading, basically.
Theft. Yeah.
Creates a duplicate counterfeit. Changes a building. Statement of ownership. Okay, so there's nothing there for anyone who destroys an antiquity. But yeah,
unless it's the Kaaba, which that's probably going to result in instant death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
student of history has a point. Saudi Arabia only has one major ancient monument, and messing with that is quite haram. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Some philosophical differences there, but it's history. It needs to be unmolested. But I wish there were some video of the losers throwing. I mean, really, they're scooters, not moped. I was hoping for actual mopeds.
I think when they called them hurling, I think what they were doing was probably riding them down.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh no, she threw the scooter. Holy shit. The woman was also charged with a complaint for damage to a monument property, as at one point she deliberately threw the scooter she was driving down the stairs. Wow.
But they're banned for 2 days. They should have been kicked out of the damn country.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing where, the car caused fractures to 2 steps and widespread chipping, scratches, and abrasions. Do you think?
Yep.
How about ducking a gee whiz? Beat her with the scooter, student of history.
I'm based.
Dunking a gee whiz? I'm not quite sure I understand what that is. Actually, I'm quite sure I
It's
don't
a little
understand
car.
what that is.
It's
okay.
Well, if it's the car I'm thinking of, it's like Jeremy Clarkson did something on the G-Wiz back in the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with student of history. I think she should be beaten with part of the scooter. Tires.
I mean, really just the whole thing.
And judging by the still shot there, she's not exactly dressed in the most appropriate fashions. If you zoom in a little bit.
I thought that was the international uniform for scooter hurling.
Yeah, Base Ape says 2 days. What is this? Twitch?
Yeah.
That's only if you have sex.
I'm back. I just had to wander off for a bit. It's completely far too late, but when Ardent was talking about the Canadian scrolling their name in the Coliseum, the reason he knew they weren't French Canadian is because French Canadians can't write.
That's not fair, even if it is true.
And anyway, very tired. So I'm going to just sit here and watch you guys have fun.
Okay. I decided I'd share with chat a current G-Wiz.
Yeah, that's cute.
I think I've seen motorbikes bigger than that.
I think I've seen Matchbox cars bigger than that.
My last car was an 07 Aveo, and that thing was luxurious compared to this.
And it's a 4-seater.
Yeah, that's really disturbing. That's a hatchback. I'd feel real bad for whoever's in the back seat.
This is the pod that they want you to drive around in.
You see why Beta One says Bezic literally crawled to his computer to rag on the Frenchies. You see why Beta One, this is apparently a G-Wiz, which I'm happy to say is probably never going to be sold west of the Atlantic.
I hope not. And yeah, Theodore Pinnock is correct. Basically, a really, really early electric car. Yes. They did have some like small real engines in them, but I think that was only like the first generation or two, and I don't really give enough of a shit about the G-Wiz to go look that up.
Callum Dayton says Frenchies suck, apart from when they crush the Woman King's slave Amazon soldiers.
Yeah. So, no, I take that back. They were always electric. So, yeah, I stand corrected. But
it's a Tonka toy. No, Tonka toys are yellow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's like a yellow G-Wiz out there.
You see why Vita One says he could fit 3 of those in my truck? And Kingdom of Inland just popped in. Hi, Kingdom. How you doing? Yeah, you see why Beta One. I'm pretty sure you could easily fit at least one of those in the back of like the original Ford Ranger.
Hell, I could probably get one of those mounted to the roof of my Challenger. So yeah.
Why would you go and destroy a perfectly good Challenger by putting something that hideous on top of it?
I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, given the size and dimensions, I could probably drive it up and park it on the. Actually, I wouldn't even have to put roof racks on. I could just park it on the trunk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you. Is everybody else familiar with the smart car?
I am actually. I've driven one.
I think the G-Wiz is almost a monster compared to that.
It looks a little larger.
Just like you should never date a woman that weighs more than you, you should never drive a car that weighs less than you.
Less than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, before I die, the Ford Ranger is a steaming pile of shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not arguing you.
John A likes that.
That is a good criteria. Billy Blogs says he thinks him and his mate could lift that and dump it on the footpath so the owner gets a ticket.
I'm pretty sure Billy can move the car on his own if he did it one end at a time.
Yeah.
Me
and 3 of my friends.
Lift with your legs.
Yeah, me and 3 of my friends have
just bounced on the suspension.
Lifted a Chevette with 2 people in it. So. Honestly, aesthetically, I don't mind the look of the smart car, but I just don't see the purpose of it.
Another rule for cars: if the length of the car is less than your height, it's a kid's toy.
Yeah. I think it's hideously ugly. Any car that's shaped like a suppository and could fit with enough stretching is not a car.
Kingdom of Vinland says electric cars are near, if not outright impossible to roll over due to their extremely low center of gravity. Fair point. However, a Chevette will not explode at random.
Yeah, kind of like.
Never mind. Kingdom of Vinland is right, but he's also underestimating the sheer stupidity of most people on the road.
Yes,
like I'm going to go on a completely pointless, half-dead rant here, but Australia has 27 million total humans. A large chunk of those are either too old or too young to even conceivably have a license. And yet somehow, of the ones that remain, there's enough for over several hundred dashcam videos of blatantly illegal bullshit every day.
Yeah. Isn't it
you
nice?
Guys have an age? You guys have a maximum age for driving down there?
Not technically, but they can be in practice. Like if your doctor says you're too fucked, you get written off, which is, I think, reasonable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and really, I think that's the standard by which the world should be judged. It's like, you're a threat to yourself and others. Fuck off.
Yep.
John A says smart cars are great examples of survival of the fittest. I will point out something about the smart car. They are apparently really good in a crash because they bounce.
Oh, I thought there was just no survivability whatsoever. So
actually, there's that's pretty.
Yeah. Funnily enough, smart cars are actually really survivable because one,
they have a massively
all of their
frame in them.
All of their frame is safety frame. There's no extraneous panels, and because they're so light, it's not an instant
hurtle through the air.
It's basically just nudged. It's not suddenly moving 2 tons from 0 to 60. It's moving like 300 kilo. Oh my lord, I'm so buggered.
Callan Dayton says, I'd like to say this again. I hate the Toyota Prius. I will say Prius because I've watched a lot of Top Gear.
The Prius is getting better as far as looks go, but my god, it's still one of the ugliest cars out there.
Yeah, and it was a suppository on wheels like the smart car, just harder to fit in.
I know. Did you ever see the EV1?
Oh god,
that's a suppository on wheels. You can find an image of it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sexy
back before Saturn was a thing.
As sexy as that car on screen is, it's actually far less survivable than even the piece of shit Prius. Because of being a properly, well, it's not the roll cage that's the issue. Like if that rolls, you're fucked. But I'm talking about in a head-on collision because it's made properly out of strong steel. Your body is taken from 60 to 0 by the steering wheel going out your back.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Not only that, but if you get hit at the right angle, you'll be lifted up just enough to be decapitated by the windshield.
I'll just put it this way. I would rather die driving that car than survive in a Prius.
Driving a Prius, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's like, at least I'll go out in style and own a car that was...
Speaking of horrendously ugly.
Ew.
Yeah.
You know,
if I wasn't already sick to my stomach, that'd do it.
Well, I figured you might be appreciative.
It's automotive ipecac, does it? Go with it.
Yeah, there you go.
Callum Dyson's like, look at the Bruce. That's the base. Look, all I have to say is Canyonero.
Oh.
Unexplained fires are a matter for the courts.
Yeah, let's pretend that episode never happened.
Oh dear God! I found a picture of the Brutus.
Uh,
This one is glorious. It's not exactly a sexy machine, but they have a touch of early aerodynamics engineering to them.
Yeah.
oh yeah. Oh, I mean, this is.
You see why Beta-1, this is in fact late 80s GM.
Let's move on from from cars before
Before Bezic dies a horrible death.
Well, we ideally need to finish the episode before I pass out so I can stop the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we will briskly move along.
We don't need to move too fast, but there's going to be limited basic participation.
That's right. You. This is kind of like a snuff stream of sorts.
Oh, speaking of things to purge the bowels.
Angela Merkel awarded
that'll
top
get
UN refugee prize for aid
On
of
today's episode of Why the
war.
UN Needs to Be Abolished. The UN is a hate crime.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
Prime's like basic sleeping stream. I mean, it seems to work well for those Twitch thoughts.
I like Base Tape's comment, but if I ever die in a smart car accident, I'm expecting one of you to throw my body under a truck or something and pretend that's what happened.
You say that like your smart car won't be stuck between the two rear wheels of the truck.
Yeah.
So, UN
Okay.
High Commissioner for Refugees Filippo Grande lauded Reichskanzler Merkel for displaying great moral and political courage in helping so many rebuild their lives by destroying the native population. Former scientist, well, right there, you know, he's a fucking retard, who led her country for 16
No, that's
years.
Merkel is a former scientist.
I decided
Well,
to
I bet it was
intentionally
social
misgender.
science.
Mercular,
Yeah, fair enough.
Mercula, you know, like Dracula, Mercula sucking the lifeblood out of Europe. Mercula has never been a scientist. It may have a degree in something that has the word science in it, but she's never been a scientist. Because you know what
I'm
scientists
guessing
do?
more like social science.
You know what scientists do? Even social scientists? They come up with
Burn
a
through
theory.
money.
They do research to test it. And yeah, they burn through money. Remember when social science was actually worth a shit? None of us are old enough.
No,
No.
nobody was
I'm
born in the
a-
1920s.
No, I'm a damned old man, and even I don't remember that. Billy Blogs wants to know if we're going to entropy today. I'm thinking we're not.
What is an entropy? If that answers the question.
I think he means Odyssey.
We've already got, he asked if we're going to get entropy.
Oh, okay.
What is an entropy?
And my bad, I
Other
misunderstood.
than the thermodynamic thing.
I don't think so, but and
No,
Alan
entropy is another
Dayton's
streaming
asking-
service.
oh,
Given that
Alan
I can't...
Dayton is asking, how's rape going in Germany? The baby making replacement is going well, Mercula.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's another live streaming platform. Yeah, can't do another live streaming platform. There isn't enough. This is going to sound like a shill. Please don't take it as one. Please, if you don't like to hear shills, please ignore this next bit, even though it's not a shill. Sultans is not bringing in anywhere near enough money to fund a restreaming service. So streaming on 2 sites is the max we can do at the moment.
Yep.
Until Sultans can bring in enough to pay for a restream subscription every month. Yeah.
At this time, she described the situation as putting our European values to the test as seldom before. It was no more, no less than a humanitarian imperative, she said at the time. She called on her compatriots to reject divisive nationalism, urging them instead to be self-assured, free, compassionate, and open-minded. Fuck off.
Yes. Don't be, you know,
Don't be
hateful to
so
those.
open-minded that your brain falls out.
Well, there's that too.
UN moron praised former rights chancellor determination for protect asylum seekers and stand up for human rights, humanitarian principles, international law, and rape. It's true leadership, appealing to our common humanity, standing firm against those who preached fear and discrimination, he said. She showed what can be achieved when politicians take the right course of action. Yeah.
The right course?
Yeah. And find solutions to the world's challenges rather than shift responsibilities to others. So kicking the can down the road is taking responsibility. Yeah.
Huh.
Each year, the Nansen Refugee
No,
Award.
no. I think that's pronounced Nansen.
Oh, he's a Nansen, all right.
Speaking of Nanking, what was that Japanese?
No, apparently it's Norwegian. Oh, if only we could beat.
Probably
Trim
is
up over
pronounced
this one.
Nansen.
The Nansen Refugee Award, named after Norwegian explorer, scientist, diplomat, and first High Commissioner for Refugees, Frito-Lay Nansen.
Unpronounceable Norwegian surname. Or unpronounceable Norwegian name, rather, sorry.
Yeah. Given the individual, group, organization has gone above and beyond the call of duty to protect refugees, internally displaced, or stateless people. Yeah, okay. Committee recognized Merkula's leadership, courage, compassion in ensuing the protection of hundreds of thousands of desperate people looking for handouts, as well as her efforts to find viable long-term solutions for those seeking safety.
I'd like to point out at this point that we should be very wary of any German who wants to find solutions for anything.
Yes. Long-term or not.
Yeah. You want me to take over?
Yes, please, because I'll probably editorialize the hell out of the rest of this.
No problem. In addition to protecting those forced to flee war, persecution, and human rights abuses, the former chancellor was the driving force behind Germany's collective efforts to receive... Sorry?
Repeat that sentence that you were just reading.
In addition to protecting those forced to flee war, persecution, and human rights abuses.
Yes, you mean the French.
Yes. Good point. Yes, the French and the Greeks, apparently. The former chancellor was the driving force behind Germany's collective efforts to receive and help them integrate into society. Through education and training programs, such as telling people not to rape, employment schemes, and labor market integration. She also led the expansion of Germany's refugee resettlement program using cattle cars on train tracks, and was instrumental in ensuring the country's growth as a substantive, reliable, and active humanitarian partner, including in refugee operations around the world, the committee said. Both her policies and her public statements were positive forces in European and global debates on issues of asylum and managing forced displacement of people from their own homes within their country because of all the immigrants who were being brought in.
Hold on. What I'm hearing is first, today Germany, tomorrow the world with refugees.
Merkula and the regional winners will receive their accolades on the 10th of October at a ceremony in Geneva. This year marks a century since Mr. Nansen was awarded the 1922 Nobel Peace Prize for repatriating prisoners of war and protecting millions of refugees displaced by conflict. In other words, actually doing something good. It is also 100 years
back.
Yes. Yeah, like you want to do. Send them home. Mm-hmm. It is also 100 years since the creation of the Nansen Passport, an identity document for refugees that enable holders to move across borders in search of work. That's not a passport or a refugee document.
Sorry, why the fuck should they be allowed to do that?
Yeah. How do I get one of those?
If you're a fucking refugee, stay in the country that gave you asylum, and shut up.
I'm just amused by the fact that it's the Nansen passport. Just say.
Somewhere Trim is probably screaming his head off. That's not how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
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 Let's not watch the video of this bitch.
I wasn't
Oh,
planning
look!
to, unless Bezic was screaming.
Yeah. Oh, look, the EU's migration policy has failed, says Austria's chancellor, while condemning Brussels as his country prepares for record-breaking number of illegal immigrants. He looks quite happy to see those immigrants, too.
Yeah. I bet he's
Siglas
got a nonsense passport.
The European Union's migration policy has failed mainly because there is a lack of interest in protecting the EU's well, this was probably written by someone who doesn't speak English normally, so in protecting the EU's external borders.
Yeah, it's like some Czech-based website, I think.
Okay. Said Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer, as a migrant crisis accelerates both in his country and other European nations. Austria is currently heavily burdened by illegal migration. The contribution that we are making in Europe is disproportionately high. The EU's migration policy has failed. There is still no strong protection of the European Union's external borders, and the reality of the problem is being ignored. Well, of course it is. Why would you expect a bunch of people who've had historical animosities to give a fuck about each other's borders?
Well, that's not actually accurate. It's not being ignored, it's being actively celebrated.
Yeah, fair point.
I mean, diversity, inclusion, and equity for Europe.
Yeah. Student of history says, Ein Volk is a refugee folk.
Callum Dayton, is there anything illegal in the Enlightened Union? Yes, free speech.
And white people. Kingdom of Finland points out the reason they're allowed to do that is because the elites are anti-white and they're non-white. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm part of it, certainly. Garden Party, would you check the live streams Discord channel? I dropped stuff that was probably relevant earlier. I think we've probably moved beyond that point at this time, Billy.
Yeah, he's talking about exploding EVs, and that's, yeah.
Okay.
We're moving.
Yeah, we've kind of moved past that, unfortunately. Sorry, bud. Let's see. Europe's illegal immigration numbers are exploding. By August, Austria had already received more than 56,000 asylum applications, and the pace continued into September. Even after the refugee crisis in 2015 and 16, security experts are expecting a new record this year. Yay. Nehammer, Austrian.
Nehammer.
Remarks came right Nehammer. Remarks came right before he held a meeting on Monday with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, focused on Europe's growing migrant crisis. Orban invited both Nehammer. There we go. Nehammer. And Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić to Budapest, where the three leaders condemned Europe's inaction on illegal immigration and pointed to the growing social and financial burdens on their countries. The influx of migrants via the Balkan route, who enter Serbia without a visa, is particularly problematic. Consequently, citizens of India and other Asian countries travel to Belgrade by plane, with flights sold out for months. As Remix News has previously reported, 12 out of 16 of Germany's federal states have announced that they will reject any new refugees due to a lack of housing and overcrowded schools and kindergartens. It has something to do with those 30-year-old grade 12s.
Citizens of India. Huh? Is there a fucking war going on in India other than the scammers charging each other for extended warranties? There's no fucking reason.
We want to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
There's no fucking reason for these people to be flooding into Belgrade. I'm and it's not saying people flowing from India as refugees.
In the 40s, Belgrade had Indian a pretty good idea of what to do with uninvited guests.
Yes.
Yeah. Billy Blogs is pointing out that the reason he wants entropy is so that he can pay to insult us.
I mean, you could always donate here.
Probably falling afoul of Streamlabs. bullshit filters.
I think so. I think you did say something about Streamlabs not working earlier.
Streamlabs are pro-Ukraine, pro-nonce bastards.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm going to have to ignore them then.
Yeah.
There is a merch link though, Billy. You could always buy a T-shirt.
Also,
Now,
subscribe
that's
star.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
hint.
I set up a subscribe star like a week ago in the middle of my vacation, and I've actually got a subscriber.
Oh.
Yeah, I was particularly shocked.
So,
anyway, back to the story. Due to this situation, 12 states have currently activated a block in the initial distribution system, said a spokeswoman for the Federal Ministry of the Interior to the newspapers of the German R&D media network in September. The burden on the federal states is resulting from the flight from Ukraine and general migration, said the spokeswoman. There is also currently an increase in the number of migrants on the Balkan route. Hungary has reported over 163,000 illegal migrant crossings. What's that, like an afternoon in Texas? Since the beginning of the year. And I've never heard this word said, but I'm going to try Czechia. Czechia?
Czechia.
Okay, I got both of you at the same time, so give me Bezic first. Czechia? Okay. And Bleach?
The only one I would probably do it Czechia.
Okay. Well, okay. I guess it used to be part of Czechoslovakia? Yes.
Most likely, yes.
Considering relations between I'm going to say Czechia, has also called for increased border checks due to extreme overcrowding at migrant accommodation facilities. Relations between Czechia and Slovakia are also strained due to the migrant crisis. Stefan Hamran, Slovakia's police chief, called readmission agreements on the return of illegal migrants a piece of paper, which I assume he means worthless piece of paper. If Slovakia started taking back all migrants at the border with the Czech Republic, we would not be able to do it, Hamran told NN yesterday, which I guess is a news service. Slovak Interior Minister Roman Mikulec called for Hungary's help in guarding the external border of the Schengen area. According to him, Slovak police officers could help their Hungarian colleagues on the Serbian-Hungarian border. Okay.
And just,
Theodore Pinnock says it's the Czech Republic. And student of history does actually agree with my pronunciation, Czechia. Thank you. I was just guessing, but...
because they can be stupid. So,
and Kingdom of Finland. Oh, go ahead.
And I
just gonna do
some
quick,
guys.
just for the images. These are some of the illegals coming in through the various Baltic regions and the Aegean Sea. So these do not look like they're from Ukraine, Syria. I mean, maybe these are the fabled black Ukrainians. I don't know.
Well, that guy in the back is definitely like Ukrainian. And he's clearly got one hell of a tan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This needs to be seriously addressed because these are people taking advantages of the system, and the system is failing.
These are they're absolute chancers. They're economic migrants. Kingdom of Inland says, I think a war between China and the U.S. are inevitable for two reasons. Taiwan and China's ambitions to control the entire Pacific. If you've ever read The Art of War, Kingdom of Inland, if you read it and have the current state of the world in mind for what China is doing, it's very clear that they're following that playbook, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're wrong.
And for the record, if you haven't read The Art of War, you should have long since. And if you don't play chess, you should also play chess. Anyway, moving along.
And I would also recommend von Clausewitz's On War. Just
for the contrast.
Yes.
Germany. The Greens plan to ban native Germans from a third of jobs to promote diversity.
How's that refugee shit going again,
More diverse.
The more diverse you are, the less white you are, yeah? Native? 9.
China, yes. Yeah, in the name of promoting diversity, I assume that's the ruling Green Party in the German city of Hanover, where I'm sure there are so many black people, plan to ban a third of native citizens. That's not even necessarily whites. That's native citizens. So if you were black and born in Hanover, you have a 1 in 3 chance of being banned from applying for a government job. So they can be given to migrants.
And I can't remember the size of it, but there had been a black German community since like 1900 in various parts of Germany, and we're talking like maybe tens of dozens of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've been there. They're integrated into German society for over 100 years. But no, fuck you. Yeah, here's a migrant. They deserve more than you do.
Yeah. By the end of 2026, a third of all newly advertised positions in the sea should be filled by applicants with a migration background. Well, how far back are you considering a migration background? Also, yes, no. And next question, are you suggesting that a third of all people in that city are migrants? If that's even remotely true, what the fuck, you idiots?
Yeah. No, they're promoting migrants over their own people. Because, you know, the West is rapidly rushing at a cliff like a bunch of fucking lemmings. I'll just read the bolded stuff here. The campaign will comprise a day of diversity at local schools while further developing anti-racist coaching by being racist across authorities and public bodies. A prize will also be awarded for migrant companies in the local area, so black-owned businesses. Alexander Graf Lambsdorff, an FDP member of the Bundestag, said the plan was evidently unconstitutional, if I understand our basic law correctly. Yeah. What happens to the other 2/3? Lambsdorff asked in a tweet. Are they reserved for organic Germans? Wait.
Indigenous Germans. Yeah.
Organic free-range Germans.
Grass-fed.
Excuse me. The Green Party in Germany.
Yes.
Yeah, the Green Party in Germany is by no means an obscure entity. It's a major force in German politics. Currently holds 118. Yeah, it holds 118 of the 736 seats in the Bundestag. So that's what, sixth? Between a sixth and a fifth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, my instant math skills are rough today.
Yeah. As we previously highlighted, 300 delegates of the Green Party loathe their own country to such a degree they petitioned for the word Germany to be removed from their own manifesto.
Wow.
Fucking Christ. We want to represent all the... Oh, shit, we can't see Germans anymore.
Nine. The Europeans?
Yes. The Enlightened Union? Germany's new anti-discrimination commissioner recently came under scrutiny because she previously used derogatory language in referring to ethnic Germans as potatoes. Now, I suspect that she may be very good friends with Trudeau, who likes to refer to ethnic Canadians as old stock Europeans. Yeah.
Here's this Green Party. I mean, just look. We're not going to go through the article. It's just like, look at this guy, and the little damn sunflowers in the back. Yeah,
I like the shirt.
Yeah,
little sunflowers. Yes. What are sunflowers emblematic of?
This is the woman who wants to call the Germans Kartoffeln. Yeah.
Potatoes.
Yes.
I didn't know the German word for potato.
Kartoffel.
I'm going to let you take over for just a second while I go and look something up here, Bleach.
I mean, this is just, again, she referred to Germans as Almans, which is a derogatory slang for Germans typical of German traits. Oh, that's a new word for me. Let's see. Bizarrely encouraged ethnic Germans to give their children foreign-sounding names while asserting that non-Germans should be given German names. This woman's an absolute fucking psychopath.
Yep.
Oh. Shall
Yeah,
we
but you
move
repeat
on?
yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Uh,
Adam Posen. Oh, nice. Focus on domestic manufacturing is simply a fetish for keeping white males with low education in the powerful positions they are in. White males with low education are not in powerful positions, you twit.
oh, God. I'm,
How,
wow.
how is how is somebody this educated this stupid?
Because they're that educated.
Yeah, fair. That's not education anymore, it's
There's
indoctrination.
true. I mean, I think there's it. I would kind of refer to it as terminal education. Uh,
Kingdom of
Kingdom of
Inland says he
Inland.
did.
I'd
Oh, you got it.
rather the U.S. take in Ukrainian refugees than South Americans. Yes, because the cultural differences aren't going to be so damn stark. Where, yeah, it's like language barriers. Yeah, there's going to be that, but
Yeah.
the cultural encroachment, no, I
That
don't
was
think it's going to be the same.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that made me laugh very, very hard when they announced that they were going to bring Ukrainian refugees to Newfoundland. Because Newfoundland is one of the places where Trudeau has almost no chance of being challenged all that much. But bringing in Ukrainian refugees who are generally traditionalist, Christian, and conservative, yeah, he's going to have a hell of a hard time getting as much. He may have thought he was shipping in voters, but he really didn't.
Yeah. Oh, God.
But hey, anytime
Yep.
Trudeau wants to shoot himself in the foot, I'm all for it.
I mean, well, first he's going to have to put blackface on, then shoot himself in the foot, and then blame the white man for causing
Yeah,
those
claim
problems.
some white man tried to lynch him.
Let's see if there's any fun
And I
fun
have to express
comments
my
here.
sympathy to Callum Dayton. He says stuff like this makes him wonder why his parents are still supporters of the Enlightened Union, and they think it does good shit. Callum, your parents are probably supporters because if they're anything like my family, they watch a lot of the mainstream news and don't spend a lot of time on internet. If that's the
Yep.
case, yeah, hopefully they'll start to notice eventually. My mother is an extreme normie, and even she started to notice how many non-white people are in commercials all of a sudden. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's rather interesting when they start saying, "Oh, hey, this is weird." It's not just they're not saying, "Oh, this is bad." It's just like, "Wait, this is different. This is weird. What's going on?" And then there we go. Let's see. I can't, and we'll go into some of the twats here.
Okay, I'll
Can't
read
think
that
of
one
a
if you want.
better. Oh, okay, go for it.
Yeah. I can't think of a better recipe for inducing racial tension than having DC elites financed by Wall Street pushing offshoring and then saying that anyone who opposes having their community and livelihood destroyed is a racist. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that they're trying to absolutely destroy Western society and telling us we're bastards for arguing against it.
Yeah. Um, so and this is a now kind of obscure book that is called "When the Sleeper Wakes" by H.G. Wells. And one of the
Huh.
last scenes, they talk about how they're bringing in, oh, was it? Yeah, like African troops to suppress the rebelling whites because it was and it wasn't portrayed quite that way, but it was basically non-native populations were being brought in to suppress the rebelling population, which was the native population. It's like, really? This is starting to look a bit more like that than I ever expected.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever read the Dune series by Frank
I
Herbert.
have not, but it's on my
Okay.
list of many things.
There's in the first movie that David Lynch put out back in the 80s, there's a line where Paul Atreides is supposedly communing with his father's spirit, and he yells, "Father, the sleeper has awoken." and I think that's probably a reference to that H.G. Wells work.
That is, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Do you really think Posen, with his hatred for whites, is alone in think tanks who want to decimate America? He's not. Those like him influence the worst sort of interracial hate crime mongers. Sure won't bash it in his face with a fist, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, no, he'll just break you financially. That's how these people work. That's what they think. They think in terms of money.
And that's, a lot of the ESG scores are geared towards this sort of thing. This is making it very difficult to live without the approval of the higher-ups.
Oh, righty. So
I just want to point out here too that it's not that they want to decimate America. They want the Western society system gone.
Right. So we're gonna need to get a bit of a hurry on.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think I'm going to be able to make it past the turn of the hour.
Okay then.
You call it when you want, man. We're good making sure you get some sleep. So
well, the turn of the hour.
You want to say about
turn of the hour sounds like a good plan unless something changes. But we'll
so about 10 minutes then.
Turn of the hour for people that don't have a stupid half-hour time zone.
Ah, yes, good point. 45 minutes then.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So about 45 minutes. That does mean that we won't be able to accept any audience submissions because, unfortunately, we've got a lot of stupid shit that's already planned to get through. Oh, speaking of stupid shit and the failure of immigration.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are having a great Monday morning. I would like to introduce myself to you as the hate crime officer for Leicestershire Police. I will now be using this Twitter handle as the hate crime officer. Please feel free to DM me with any queries or concerns, gentlemen, in the chat.
Just note the at LP stay safe. Just if you see anything like that pop up there in your feed.
Immigrants are brought here in huge numbers, big enough to replace the native population. Then they're appointed as hate crime officers to arrest any native Englishman who might dare to complain about his own replacement. Yep.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Hiring a wolf to protect the sheep. Good job.
Ooh, this one's good. The problem has become so great in this country that there are actually more people in the comments discussing how this makes Hindus feel than the English. So complete is the takeover of this country that the Anglo-Saxons and Celts can't even get a look in anymore.
Wow.
Hiring a wolf to protect the sheep? Nice.
Looks like Leicester Police have picked a side between the two the two cultures that have been battling for centuries.
Yeah, and Khalida Khan, who appears to be practicing some form of profile pic cultural appropriation, says, "I've just read vile comments against you on this post, typical of what we Muslims have to face all the time. Muslim women are particular targets. Trolling by the far right, oh, what hideous people we are." And now, hashtag Hindu TVA, which I have no idea what that means. This is hashtag Islamophobia. The police and councils have to get a grip on how serious this is.
Wow.
Straight Talker says, this is like having a wolf representing the wolves, the sheep, and the lambs. Before you know it, the sheep would have disappeared and the wolves would have become fatter. Imagine how that happened. Some Scottish comedian guy says, looks like Leicester Police have picked a side in the Muslim versus Hindu battle. Oh, yeah, that's right, too. Leicester was where they had that riot not too long ago, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And, yes, I hear this man has a punt gun in the family.
Something that rhymes with punt, anyway.
No, that's just him.
Stevenson 218. Are you serious? This is an insult to the Hindu victims who were subjected to torture, harassment, and bullying at the hands of Islamists. Complete waste of taxpayers' money. Suggest you have 2 hate crime officers so that both sides are equally represented. Otherwise, this looks, sounds, and probably is a sham. Yeah, but if they had a hate crime officer from the Hindu community, they'd just be reporting each other all the time.
Calling up scam calls against each other.
Princess woke liberal.
Yeah.
Oh,
before
man.
we go on,
with a picture of Big Red.
Before we go on, Ardent, Callum wants to know, how does one become a Sultan on the streams? Ardent, how did you become a member of the Streams?
I was drinking with a friend one night, and I got shanghaied. I woke up in the morning tied to my computer.
Yes, it does.
You basically get drafted, Callum.
It's a lot like a Shanghai.
Yes.
If Mr. Everard was here, he'd tell you he was legitimately kidnapped with less than 24 hours notice.
That's also true.
Yeah. Poor bastard. No wonder he's hiding under the table in Belgium.
Yeah. Billy says that
what do you all think of going Scorched Earth? I don't want to, but I
telling me that he could provide info to help with that. I appreciate the thought, Billy, but I don't think there's much that could help at 3 a.m. in the shithole known as Australia.
I mean, there's lack of consciousness.
I mean,
lack of consciousness, or as I like to refer to it, a healing coma.
Also known as my 40-minute plan.
Yes. But to respond to Kingdom of Finland, the idea of going Scorched Earth is extremely aberrant to me, because then, yes, you are denying resources to your enemy if they drive you off your land. However, the problem is then that Scorched Earth means that there's nothing for you to rebuild if the tide turns the other way.
Yeah, and that's really kind of the problem overall.
And Callum Dayton apparently wants to be on this show so bad he's challenging us to try that with him.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Is it that time, Bezic, for the little intro?
Oh god,
it probably is.
But wait, it gets worse.
Oh, rolling the suffering. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Oh dear. Well, let's go for it.
Yeah, just as well.
Wait. Hey, there we go.
Oof. What a lovely individual he is.
Yes, I mean, TV producer Eric Weinberg charged with multiple counts of rape and sexual battery. Scrubs and Californication producer accused of using his Hollywood credentials to assault women sexually during photo shoots. Oh god, I mean, that's just like Weinberg, a veteran of veteran television producer who wrote and worked on shows such as Scrubs, Californication, has been arrested, thankfully, charged with 18 counts, including rape, sexual battery, false imprisonment by violence. 61-year-old, initially arrested in Los Angeles in July, released on $3.2 million bond. On Tuesday, he was arrested again and released on $5 million bond. I mean, this is like Roman Polanski on steroids here. Defendant relied on his Hollywood credentials to lure young women for photo shoots where he allegedly sexually assaulted them. LA District Attorney Georges Gascon.
Oh, really? Gascon again.
Oh, Gascon. Fuck you, you Pete. I'm surprised Gascon did not participate in this. Said power and influence can corrupt some to hurt others and often leads to a lifetime of trauma to those who are victimized. Well, no shit.
Yeah, but before we go on, I'm actually going to make a bit of a call here. I'm willing to not put money on it, but I'm willing to bet that Weinberg probably walked into places, saw women he wanted to shag, and walked up to them and said, "Hey, I'm a Hollywood producer. How would you like a shot at a movie? Or how would you like to do a photo shoot? Or how would you like to do whatever?" And then basically said, "Hey, there's a couch over there." And a lot of these women probably went, "Yeah, okay." Now, apparently regret sex is rape now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering who the DA is.
Yeah. The indictment, police alleged Weinberg singled out women in their 20s and 30s in grocery stores, coffee shops, and other public places, and would attempt to convince them to participate in a photo shoot. If the women agreed, police said then he allegedly assaulted them during the photo shoots organized in his home. I mean, don't go home.
Let's do some victim blaming. Did you stupid bitches forget about everything that happened with Weinstein?
Clearly.
I think this is over the course of years this happened, isn't it?
Yeah, but...
but it says between 2014 and 2019. And
so some of them are at least after. Me too.
Yeah, fair.
Stupid fucking
also,
bitches.
Don't go home with strangers.
Yeah, I don't care if it's someone who's like, yes, I'm the Pope, come home with me. Even if it is the Pope, don't go home with them.
I mean, this is literally women going up to a door that says Rape Incorporated, going inside, and then being surprised when they get raped.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, we'll skip over the actual charges for YouTube's sake. One count of attempted penetration, use of force, one count of false imprisonment by violence. So, yeah. Gascon said his office that Weinberg remained in detention without bail, but the judge denied the request. Yeah, how hard did Gascon... Oh, well, we know why he would have pushed for it, because it wasn't politically expedient. Well, if you're wealthy, you get out. You get to bail out. If you're poor, you get to stay in, regardless of the seriousness. That is fucking bullshit, Gascon.
Well, all that is just another rationalization to do the same no cash bail bullshit that New York is doing.
Yeah, it's rich coming from Gascon, who we've seen repeatedly let criminals go free.
Yeah, and he's clearly not exactly unbiased in this, considering the next sentence is, "We're hoping that there are other victims out there that will come forward. We know there are many more." You're basically saying you think the guy's guilty and you want to hang him as hard as possible.
Yeah.
You're the prosecutor, dumb shit.
What's the old thing? A ham sandwich can be indicted by a grand jury with an angry prosecutor behind it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yep. And let's see, based
that's a hot take.
Yep. When women want the power and the authority of a man, the privilege and leniency of a woman, and the accountability and responsibility of a child. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Welcome to 2022.
Wants to know the answer to the same question I do. Any white pills? Your bum still hurt.
Shouldn't have passed that baby.
Oh, God. Is that what that swelling was?
In September, more than 20 women spoke to The Hollywood Reporter about their alleged encounters with Weinberg, accusing him of a pattern of predatory behavior and misconduct. Multiple women accused Weinberg of initiating sexual activity without their consent during photo shoots, with some alleging that he photographed the acts as they took place. I'm not shocked.
Oh, so you watched him make evidence, and then you did fuck all about it. I see.
So he's 61 years old. When he was younger, there was none of this, hey, do you wanna? It was, I'm going to make a move and see if you say no.
Yeah.
Oh. Callum, we weren't talking to you. We were talking to Monkey.
But I mean, if you've got a problem, you need to,
if there's something you want to talk about,
feel free to do it. Not anywhere
here. Yeah, anywhere other than here.
Oh, Billy Blum brings up an interesting one. The silly women holding up signs saying "refugees welcome" and kissing the refugees.
Quick
question for these women.
A cultural
ignoring the fact that they then got raped because they're a bunch of idiots who make bad choices. What exactly do you think happens to women in these third world Middle Eastern shitholes if they just go around kissing random men? I'll give you a hint, it involves rocks.
Yeah. Wait, somebody actually held up a sign saying free kisses for refugees?
Well, no, they held up a sign saying refugees welcome, then they kissed the refugees. Because why get any thinking involved?
Yeah, you get what you signal for, obviously. Dumb cunt.
Yep. Let's see. Crimes have been previously investigated and reviewed by law enforcement and LA Family Court. Results have continued to be to unveil a myriad of evidence, documentation, and experts who wholly undermine yada yada yada. Okay, whatever. Weinberg was first arrested.
Want me to take over again, Bleach?
Yeah,
I think we might move to the next article.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
we'll just power through these stupid things.
Climate journalism. Fuck off. I'd put that picture back up. Some people are freaked out. Yeah, probably by your hair.
Poor monkey.
I thought that was Photoshop. That's actually her hair.
Wow. Oh, I mean, I can appreciate none of this, actually.
Okay, from vacuum cleaners, which I can understand making a sculpture of with your hair, to menstruation. How do you sculpt that with your hair?
You don't want to know.
You get to find out later.
She's from the Ivory Coast and an artist and activist that creates incredible sculptures with her hair to tackle taboos. She talks about how learning to love her natural hair taught her to love being a black woman and Western criticism of her work. Is she actually living in the Ivory Coast? I'm willing to bet not. But anyway, Letitia Kai makes sculptures out of hair, although I'm not sure the word sculpture actually accurately conveys just how dynamic her art is. Her pieces are moments, scenes, statements, emotions, rendered in black, afro-textured hair. Kai is central to the art. Her sculptures can't be displayed on a wall or a table. They cannot be bought or taken on tour. Every piece is on her head, extending high up into the space above and around her.
You don't need to read. Just scroll down and look.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bezic. I needed that today.
I want you to not be well after today. Oh, God.
Actually, this one I actually appreciate. That's funny.
I mean, it's like, if she was doing this for humor instead of art, then I'd be like, yes, this is good.
Yeah. If she wasn't making the white power symbol next to her head with her hair.
How about this?
Something to do with camels from the look of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
clearly the nutrition went to her hair instead of her brain.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what I'm seeing is she's exited her own birth canal in this one.
Well, just look at her face. Completely empty of thought. Like humanity.
Yeah, no, she's duck facing in this one. In the woman's book.
Is she, or is she just stupid?
No, she's duck facing. No,
I think she's just got Botox on the lips.
Maybe. I think she's posing her lips.
Clearly, she's been kissing her own ass so hard.
And the best part is, I'm willing to bet that those are blank pages on that book.
It literally looks like a notebook, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we really want to read through this, or just?
No, I'm not reading.
No, that's an article where you just look at the pictures and move on. Oh, tweets unavailable. Cool. We can carry on then.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
that thing is supposed to be responsible for people's safety. If that was on a plane and when I got on, I'd just get off.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I would wait until I was buckled in by the emergency exit and then just open the door and walk out. Take everyone
I can't take
with
this
me.
Shit anymore. I'm going for a walk. Oh man.
Non-binary Virgin Atlantic flight attendant throws hissy fit over lack of inclusion.
Maybe you should be pitching
Yeah,
hissy
for
fits.
a good reason.
Yeah, so, it's whining
Yeah.
about lack of inclusion. Look at the next article.
Oh yeah, this is the new uniform thing.
I don't.
Oh yeah.
God.
They're gonna let the male crew wear skirts. I don't care.
They're
but I'm
going to
worried
let
about
the
fucking
mentally
heels.
ill crew wear skirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I thought that flight crew weren't allowed to wear heels. Because, you know, inflatable ramps.
Turbulence. And turbulence.
That too.
Yeah. Introduced gender neutral uniforms and pronoun badges for staff and customers.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they
that's a
do
mistake.
all this, and then that abomination in the previous article whines, you didn't talk about me specifically enough, and my mental illness. Ugh, fuck, it's a sack of shit.
So here's something I can see happening. Someone sees something wrong with the engine, calls this particular individual over and says, and this is after having heard what appears to be a male voice on the intercom. Flight attendant, I think the pilot needs to be made aware that he's got a problem with. Oh, did you just assume the pilot's gender?
Listen,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Yeah, pretty much. Fix me,
Yeah.
Calendar. I don't think that was necessarily related to what we're looking at, but by God, he should be fixed. Remember, kids, get your flight attendants spayed or neutered.
Oh no! They've updated the image.
Gender
It
neutral
actually
skirt?
gets worse. Yes. Holy shit.
Well, never
Yeah.
flying on Virgin Atlantic, that's for sure.
No.
Because clearly they don't value being good at your job. They apparently value putting mentally ill people in charge of the lives of hundreds of innocent passengers.
I'm just imagining like the safety speech that they give. And it's like, and remember, if you misgender someone, we'll throw you off the fucking plane.
And
of
Garb
course-
Wire asks in chat, so what are you going to be cooking on the End Time Fires barbecue? I couldn't help but respond, vegans, of course.
Yep. So, that of course is coming from Britain. Well, speaking of Britain. Oh, if you...
That's fair cop. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you object to gender identity or gender expression, well, Ireland will put you in jail for 5 years.
No, just 5 years. That seems kind of soft compared to where they're going. Yep. We've just moved the gatekeepers of misogyny. Used to be priests that held the keys, only to become unpopular, is transferred to a group of male entitlement. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, because it's always the women who get jailed for arguing about gender things.
Here we go. All this for wokesters and snowflakes who will go out of their way to get people arrested. Anyone remember learning about the French Revolution and the letters de show?
Lettre de cachet. Letters of cachet.
She, her, wonderful. Yeah, I'm. When you
What
lie
the
to
fuck's
make
with
a
the
point.
dinosaur?
I,
Is that some...
Trans
Chat,
dinosaur
help me out
rainbow
here.
idiot.
Dad, help
They
me out here. Is
claim
that
to have
dinosaur thing
lost
like
their
an
fucks.
otherkin deal or what?
oh god.
Oh god, it's get it away from the dog.
Yeah.
Because
How'd
we
you
know
not get
what's happening to
monkeypox?
that poor
I don't know.
dog. It's gonna have to be put down.
Yeah, monkeypox is bad for dogs.
Yes. So.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
my.
Mom and dad, or ladies and gentlemen banned under new woke language guide for councils. Fuck off. New language guide instructs councils in England and Wales to avoid calling parents mother or father in an attempt to be more inclusive. No, that's an attempt to be inclusive of mental illness.
And what it is, as you're alluding to,
Weirdos.
It is forcing people to take part in other people's mental illness.
Look at the other banned terms. expat, second generation, the homeless.
Sorry, expat.
What?
Well,
The fuck do they think expat
Why
means?
are you not allowed to call somebody homeless?
It's the unlodged individual.
Oh my god, lifestyle choice, economic migrant, deprived neighborhoods. What the fuck do you suggest we call deprived neighborhoods then?
Slums.
Black
Yeah,
containment
let's call them
areas?
slums. Ghettos, maybe?
Trailer parks.
Average
I love how
black
this
community?
is actually going to... Yeah,
London.
but I love the potential for this to actually drive language back to the way it should have been, where it was plain spoken.
Yeah.
Right,
It also tells council
first
staff not
thing
to
I'd-
refer to disabled people.
so the first thing I do is dicks, cunts, and retards.
Forget the cripples.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did say retards.
We
Fair
ca-
point.
Yeah, we can't we can't address that on YouTube, Billy. YouTube doesn't like talking about facts.
Yeah.
Mm,
Are they actually planning to give it to all the animals?
I don't.
No, that's...
We can't talk about
fine.
that.
just the chihuahuas.
Well, it's just chihuahuas.
Chihuahuas?
Yeah.
You mean poop
Yeah, those-
missiles?
those are
Other
beagles.
animals.
This is not beagles.
Uh,
Oh dear. Woke, patronizing, codswallop. Yes, sir, I agree with you.
Callum's like,
Oswald
we really
needs to-
shouldn't use he, her, and other such stuff. Just refer to them as they or them. No, fuck that. That's still buying into their delusion. He, her, or fucking idiot.
I'm just going with hey
So-
you and leaving it at that.
Yeah, the guide suggests opting for welcome everyone rather than welcome ladies and gentlemen, adding people who are not ladies or gentlemen may recognize the difference, feel included, and that they belong. Yes, but what you are doing is giving inclusion to a tiny fraction of the populace while excluding everyone else.
I mean, I demand to be referred to as my Lord Bleach from here on out as my pronouns.
My pronouns are oi cunt. What the fuck's going on over there?
Yeah. The councils are committed to ensuring that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. This guide is designed to help councils ensure everyone is supported, respected when they look at their local public services for help. No. No. I want you to do your fucking job, and I want you to not care what I look like. Just do your fucking job.
Do what you were, elected to do, dick.
Exactly. So, moving on.
It's funny how the
Funny how-
woke world wants more female or black politicians until they turn out to be right wing. Can anyone else say
Yep.
Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy?
I
Or,
love the fact that the two responses both have little Palestinian cuck flags.
Oh yeah.
Simple facts
also,
here, Sophie. Try to keep up.
What's the other? Oh yeah, Kanye West is a bigot.
Yes.
I
He's a white.
I really like that. Racists and far-right white folk don't like people who are not white. People of colour are not white. Did you read the comment, you fucking retard? Clearly not.
I mean, he's. Yeah, I think you just make up scenarios in your head and get angry about it. It's not real, Soph. Don't worry, you made it up again. Says a man who. He takes pictures of things. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's.
Says a rapist terrorist sympathizer. Or
Yeah.
active terrorist
Yeah.
rapist.
Hashtag
Make up scenarios
Palestine
in your
does
head
not
and get
exist.
angry about it. It's not real, Soph. Don't worry, you made it up again. Yeah, except no.
So I've got a suggestion. In order, the United States needs to stop sending so much money to Israel. However, we also want Israel to win. Therefore, I suggest we eliminate Pakistan and Palestine. No, it's
Iran.
Palestine, but Pakistan can go anyway.
And Iran.
I mean, remember, yeah.
Basically,
Palestine
Israel can
used to be
have
the
the-
Transjordan.
Israel can just have
Yeah,
the
well-
entire Middle East. I don't care.
That works for me. Or food. Sexier women.
Oh yes.
Guess what? It gets worse.
Oh no. Oh gods.
we can just do
Yeah.
the first paragraph of this
I
piece of
refuse. I
stupidity.
refuse to read this one.
Normal-less, normal list, and normal, by default, is an act of defaulting to one's assigned gender due to lack of gendered feeling and possibility of lack of understanding of gender. Fuck you. It's a symbol. No, it's not, and it's not a similar experience to a gender. But if asked, a normal individual will give their assigned gender or sex. Yes, because you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't think it's right to call this particular definition normal because, well, these people don't feel normal. Oh, yeah, okay, fair point. They want to feel special, yeah.
Yep.
Fair point. Yeah, they have little to no dysphoria, so that makes sense.
God damn it.
I think
was muted for that again.
This is the
I'll just say that again. These people, this stupid-ass definition is describing people that feel normal because they feel normal because they haven't been indoctrinated.
Yep. This line sums it up. Rather, the term is used to define the gender experience, or rather lack of gender experience, that some normal individuals have. Yes, because it doesn't matter. It really does not matter.
Yeah, seriously, is this 4chan again?
No, this is alphabetsoup.wiki.
Billy, you don't need to log into Streamlabs to use the tipping features, but if you want to log into Streamlabs, you actually have to log into the account.
But the Believe All Science American video game players avoid gay characters. Study of game behavior, they shy away from gay characters regardless of their strengths.
Not true.
Yes.
No, actually not true. I have played a gay character in a video game if they give me a mechanical advantage over other characters. But only if they give me a mechanical advantage over other characters.
Well,
because I'm not gay.
Weren't we told that we weren't allowed to appropriate other people's feelings? Like, we can't have straight people playing gay people on TV?
Oh, yeah. No, you can't have white people playing Tibetans, for example. Tilda Swinton playing the Ancient One. We can't have white people playing black characters, but we can have black people playing white characters. It clearly goes only one way. But yeah, no, you're right. We're not supposed to be appropriating each other's roles.
Let's see. When picking out which character to play in game, players factor in an avatar's strengths, weaknesses, even their appearance. But players also make choices based on attributes that aren't apparent during gameplay and have no influence on the game, such as the character's sexuality. And my research has found other players, in turn, might treat those characters differently within game. This is important for the gaming industry. Some companies actively support social movements. There it is. Support social movements through publicity, marketing, campaigns, and product labeling. However, backlash could deter these companies from supporting marginalized group and discourage gay players. No, it's all about, here, let me take this thing, shove it down your throat, and then make sure you say you like it before I have to shove it down your throat again.
Can you scroll back to the top of this just to show me whose byline this is?
Cornell
Nestler. Okay.
Also, I don't recall anyone whining about the gay romances in any of the old BioWare shit. Do you know why?
Nobody complained about...
Because you didn't have a gun held to your fucking head and be forced to play it. Also, Billy, do you think the problem might be that you're trying to use a slur in your name?
What are you doing, Billy? What the hell? Scroll back up a little bit, Bleach. I wanted to point something else out.
Yeah. Tell me when.
Right. Yeah, no, you're gone just a shade too far. Okay.
Is it a shade of Dominion too far?
No, it's more of a shade of skin tone. But anyway, and my research has found that other players in turn might treat those characters differently within the game. So this person's research, and I'm just pulling up his or her. I can't tell for sure.
Or it.
Anyway, we'll worry about that after because I'll have to get you to click their byline. I can't tell
did
who it is.
nothing really popped up because it just said, "Oh, here you go. Here's more articles," and this is the only article.
Okay, good enough. But what I'm thinking is this person went and created a character and did their own research, as opposed to having other people play a game for them, so that you had that actual step of dissociation from the research itself. Like a real scientist would do. And what I figure is this person discovered in their research that the way they act towards other players really affects how those players treat their characters differently.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt. So
Billy, it's a double G if you want to go with niggling, and not have it be a slur.
yeah, it's
Yeah, okay, that new one. That's just weird. God knows what's wrong with Streamlabs.
Well, it may simply be the first 3 letters combined may cause the problem.
Probably.
Yeah.
But and I mean it's Overwatch, so I pretty much don't care.
Yeah.
But it's like I think when you're going in,
I don't.
and
Sorry to interrupt, but I
things.
don't think Streamlabs likes spaces. Because we can see from the ticker on the top of the stream that Holtznader couldn't use spaces. God knows why Streamlabs doesn't just strip the spaces or do anything basic you learn how to do on day 2 of programming school, but God knows. And God forbid they give a useful error message. But unfortunately, this is what happens when you're an idiot and spend 5 minutes on coding your friggin' website. Streamlabs is questionable.
It's. I think the problem is it's not that that the characters gay or straight or what have you. It's the fact that they're making that the focal point of the character, not anything else. It's like, yeah, here's some attributes, but you know what? We're gonna show you a cutscene of them making out with someone of the same sex. It's like, nobody cares. Oh, now I'm being told I care. Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I don't know if you remember. I think it was the first Fable game that you could actually marry someone of the same sex. Like your character was default male, if I recall correctly, and you could marry another male. And if I recall absolutely correctly, I think you actually got a little more money out of that than you did from marrying a straight, like having a heterosexual relationship. Which is why I probably did it a bunch of times, because I wanted that extra gold. I was grinding like crazy.
Yeah, here's a great little piece. Yeah, majority heard that about 70 Soldier 76.
Okay,
being
Callum
gay,
corrects
but
me.
didn't
You
care.
could be male or female in the first Fable game.
They reported that changing the character's sexuality had no influence on the game. A large majority, however, felt uncomfortable and that players discriminated them against when playing 76. After the announcement, they got tired of the slurs and constant harassment, temporarily switched. Yeah, so what you're saying is a bunch of 12-year-olds on Overwatch made things difficult. I mean, yeah, whatever. And Nestler is an associate professor of the University of Stavanger, Norway. His focus is especially on sports economics and field experiments.
Yeah, field experiments,
like
playing his own damn video games.
Pretty much. This is like the Paul Krugman of the millennials. But anyway, moving on. Oh, yes. Block you, you piece of shit. So, NHS doctor and trustee of controversial mermaids charity sparks fresh trans row after describing biological sex as a concept as furious campaigners hit back. It's a fact of nature. Every human being is male or female. You do get rare intersex, but
yeah, there you go.
I would say most of the time it's male or female. Yeah. Dr. Katie McDowell questioned whether sex is a simple or immutable thing. Yes, it is. They complained that everybody is obsessed with genitals defining sex.
Say the
nature.
people who are obsessed with defining sex by the color of their clothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Campaigners hit back. Biological sex is not a concept. Yeah, yeah. Understanding biology is not transphobic. Exactly. Oh, of course. That's what she looks like.
And of course, they
No,
stand
no,
in
no.
front of the segregated.
You have to be
pride
gender
flag.
neutral. It.
Thing.
That.
Ugh.
Yes, ugh will work. That's the new pronoun. Ugh. I'd also like to point out I love how ugh is standing in front of the segregated pride flag.
The
That's a
rights pride.
They're not even
Yeah,
standing in
right.
front of it. That's just a really bad Photoshop.
Ah,
No,
okay.
it is, yeah, because look, the coloration
Oh, yeah, you
doesn't
can
match
see,
the
yeah.
lighting.
But they're
Oh,
also
God.
different resolutions.
Yeah.
I was just trying not
probably
to look
taken
at
from
it
a
critically.
computer.
Can you scroll down a
Yes,
couple of ticks, Bleach? Because there's a really interesting sense. Oh, too far. Just below that
Oh, good.
picture of the hideous creature. A bit further up. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
So the idiot said, even biological sex as a concept is not as simple as it's made out to be, right? No. Because what do you mean by that? Do you mean chromosomes? Do you mean hormone levels? Do you mean genitals? Yeah, all of those things, you fucking idiot.
Everybody is obsessed with genitals. Listen, I just like boobs.
Yeah, and noses.
But seriously,
Boobs.
what do you mean by this? Chromosomes, hormone levels, genitals, all of those things, you absolute fucking inbred.
Yeah.
All of those things are biological sex. The fact that you're too fucking stupid to put one and one together and get two has no bearing on anything.
Who is this person? Because they call him the medic here in that first line.
The medic? Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Is he an actual doctor and being called a medic, or because medic and doctor are not the same title?
They're a
by any means?
pedophile. Sorry, a pediatrician, allegedly.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. Of course.
The child mutilator that uses the pronouns they, them, fuckwit, added that the issues surrounding biological sex with additional ones described in medicine as disorders of sexual differentiation or intersex. Yes, because intersex is a medical aberration. All the shit you're talking about is a mental illness. And what's really annoying is it's not even a mental illness possessed by the victim. This is literally Transhausen by proxy. You don't meet my definition of your actual biological gender. Therefore, I'm going to mutilate you until I feel better.
Pretty this is like, a Action T4, basically. Just with genitals.
Yeah.
Dr. McDowell used to be primary school governor.
Oh, so they were so they've always been a pedophile.
Yeah, they've got the Nansen Award for forced refugees, probably too. Even if you think sex is a simple, immutable thing, to say that they should then determine exactly how you behave in society and what roles you should
No,
take.
you fucking idiot. The only people
it's not
claiming
the
that are
1930s.
you. The only people claiming that you can't act a certain way because of how you were born are you fucking idiots. Because you know what happens if a person with XX chromosomes acts like a boy You cut their tits off because you're anal.
And the thing that always bugs me is like, oh, it's not the 1930s. It's like, bitch, you weren't around for the 1930s, and you clearly have no fucking clue about history or cultures of those times. Shut the fuck up, and basically go and unemploy yourself permanently.
This is exactly the kind of idiot that would have been performing lobotomies in the 30s.
Oh yeah, I'm convinced these are the people that are going around basically like, yeah, hey, it's 1900. Hey, you want to talk about eugenics? Let's talk about only selective breeding. Ha ha ha.
I need to slap down both Callum and Arden. Get our religion right, you fucking infidels. We worship Her Eternal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth.
I can't worship somebody who was potentially a family member of mine.
Why not?
Because I have too many other family members that I can't stand.
Well, you can sacrifice them to Her Majesty. I don't see what the problem is. We're gonna get all Aztec up in this bitch.
Fuck, what is that thing? Oh, that's actually a person.
I believe that's a wrinkled penis.
Look at that? I think not.
No, I was looking at David Jason in the sidebar. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with his neck. Then I realized it's actually his neck.
Oh, that. Well, I guess that's what happens when you get that old.
Callum, your definitions are incorrect, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge Callum's definitions there too. As an atheist, it doesn't matter whether you wish there is a god or not. It's whether or not you actually believe.
Well, here's the thing. All agnostics are atheists. Atheists don't believe in any gods. Agnostics don't know if there's a god or not.
Yeah,
exactly.
Billy's trying to pet spiders.
Well, I mean that's fine.
Yeah. As long as you're not trying to shag it.
I mean, as long as it's not Shelob's sister.
You see why I'd be the one who says, "Blood for the Blood Queen." Yes, Billy. Apathetic is actually my religion.
Bez, how are you doing? You want to keep rolling through these last few articles, or
surprisingly, I'm feeling better. So, Billy, is the spider England big or Australia big?
Yeah, or Afghanistan kind of middle.
Oh, camel spiders, yes.
Yeah, camel spiders are fucking hilarious. I love watching videos of those things.
Actually, on second thoughts, while we're here, I'd like to think I could go longer, but the smart option is to probably call it here while I'm feeling on an upswing. Yeah, while I'm on an upswing, it's probably a good time to call it quits, have a coffee, go to bed.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, I think that's the wise thing. We've gone long enough while you're not having coughing fits now. They're coming back.
Yes. Yeah. So, God, I'm gonna need to sneeze. God damn it. I'll be back in a sec. Chill yourselves.
Yes. Speaking of things that will fly out of your nose, I think it's worth pointing out that this thing right here is probably something that was extracted from his father's nose and used to impregnate his mother.
I thought you were talking about Lena Dunham on the other side.
Oh God! Oh! I mean that's.
God damn it, Arden, we could have done
without mention anybody.
True.
You mean the self-admitted pedophile?
Yeah.
Incestuous.
Pebbles and Bam Bam herself.
Garbed wire. What if I think there is a god, but it's an incomputem devasati air? What? Is that fucking English?
I don't think so.
I mean,
but I'm pretty sure
it's not.
I'm pretty sure that makes you not an atheist or an agnostic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that makes you no.
Yeah. Anyway, to see us out, Ardent. Your vacation's over, I hear.
My vacation ends today. I am going back to work. I have a regular poetry reading that I'm going to be doing on Wednesdays. That'll be as premieres around noon Newfoundland time. Tomorrow, I will be doing my first stream back. I have no idea as yet what my topic will be, probably covering all the shit that I missed in the last 2 weeks. And then tomorrow afternoon, which is about 2.5, 3 hours after I finish with my stream, I will be on Christopher Everard's stream.
Yes.
And hopefully
so
in
you
French.
all need to go over there and watch in
I
case
will
they
attempt
get
to
too
speak
French.
but I'm sure he'll tell me to stop very quickly.
If it starts getting too French, you need to smack them both.
Yes, I will sit here and eat poutine until the French goes away.
Yeah. Let's see, what else is there? No white pills, because Monkey's ass is still in incredibly bad shape. So send Monkey's ass, get well soon, thoughts and prayers.
And large quantities of Vaseline.
Noon for me is not 4:30 American time. Noon for me is 10:30 Eastern Standard Time.
What is the current time for you, Arden?
My current time is 3:37 p.m.
Yeah, so it's probably not 4:30 a.m. America time because it is 4
Damn
a.m.
near 5
Australia
o'clock.
time.
Yeah.
If it's 3:30 for you, it's 2 for me.
Yeah.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, student says Monkey was supposed to calm the fuck down. Yeah, his pox haven't gone away yet.
It keeps getting reinfected.
Monkey, put down the butt babies.
Or at least clean them once in a while.
Yeah.
You wanted to get you wanted to get that Octomom sensation. I'm so sorry.
Oh dear.
No, you're not.
No, I really am not.
Other than that, I don't think there's too much to shill, because, well, the plans that I would have for the coming week, well, Monkey's not going to be able to sit down and play Factorio, and Disco's off being happy and having fun.
Damn that fun having.
How fucking dare she when we're sitting here being all lonely and depressed. But anyway, yeah, and being sick, I'm not going to have the motivation to do anything for the next few days, I don't think.
Yeah. And for myself, I got projects in the works, but we'll see if I have time to do any of them.
Yes. Remember, fuck New York.
Exactly. Fucking New York. Last that whole god.
Yeah.
Fuck Trudeau.
Yeah. So for the rest of the week, yeah, check out Ardent's 2 streams tomorrow-ish.
Yeah, I've already shilled at least one of them out. So I will be shilling the other one sometime tomorrow, probably.
Yeah. Don't forget, linked in the description for the self-promotion channel at the top, there's a fancy little tool you can use to generate magic time codes that will adjust for everybody. Because...
And I have added this to the calendar as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or at least the poetry readings I have.
Yeah, so if it's been added to the calendar, you should be able to view the calendar on the sultansofshadilay.com website. And if it's still working properly, it should adjust to your time zone unless, unlike poor Ardent, you live on some weird half-hour thing.
Actually, it started adjusting to my time zone now, too.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Yeah.
Even better. And so, yes, check out self-promotion.
The end of the world is nigh.
Yes, Google has caught up with Newfoundland time. We're all fucked.
Oh, there we go. Garbs corrected what they were saying. What if I think there's a god, but it's an incompetent diversity hiring? Oh, we're Catholic.
Nigerian Catholic?
No, just the current pope.
Ah, okay. So an Argentine Catholic. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Fuck Argentina.
The spider is 1.5 inches diameter, or do you want millimeters? 38.1. Am I in danger? You're in danger of stepping on it by accident.
It's an English spider.
Badly.
You're not in danger, says the Australian.
Yeah.
It's not hissing and jumping at you, so.
No, you should absolutely not kill it, Billy, because it will kill everything else you don't want around.
Yes,
and
that's
then when
why.
It's done doing that, it will die.
That's why I keep a lot of different kinds of spider breeds around, because they eat the things I really don't fucking like. Because if, for example, a cockroach shows up, I squeal like a little girl and start hanging from the ceiling. Especially if the bastard starts flying.
In real life.
It must be nice to live in a cold place.
No, we have cockroaches here in Newfoundland. It's just that I've never seen one.
A lucky bastard.
Yes. You pretty much have to live in the shit part of the city. And I don't. So
in a city.
Yeah.
yes.
So yeah, the only other thing to shill is there should be a trim time lapse of his knoll, the fantasy creature, the knoll.
The grassy knoll?
Yes. Within the next 24 hours, assuming that I'm alive enough at any point in the next 24 hours to actually do it.
Oh, and Monkey is showing his inner femininity.
Yeah.
Never let a spider live. We must eradicate them. No, Monkey. We need the spiders to kill the flies and the mosquitoes and the wasps and the fucking cockroaches.
But said like a true Scot, though.
Drop bear.
You need to make the spiders fight. And then the last spider standing, you send to war with, I don't know, the Chinese.
The vegans.
Yeah.
I mean, vegans, Chinese, they're all communists.
Yeah, true.
Oh dear. How's the joke go? Have you ever tried communist food?
Neither have they.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm feeling a coughing fit coming on, so we'll leave it here. Check out all the links in the description for the associated Sultans family channels. And we will see, well, I will probably see you all next Saturday. Ardent will hopefully see you all tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll probably be moping around in the Discord. Have a good week, everybody. You're supposed to say goodbye, you morons.
Oh, you morons.
Bye, you morons.
Good boys. Shadilay, everybody.
Adelaide.
Lead ya.